Big thanks to Bubbles Del Fuego and the rest of his couch for that Dark Souls 3 run. Coming up next, we are going to have Zelda The Wind Waker HD. Nate and Cammy donated $20. Says, I can't believe all the money you guys have been able to raise during this Dark Souls 3 run. Praise the sum. And with that, we're going to toss over to an interview with the competitors of the Super Metroid race.
Hey everyone, we're here at Awesome Games on Quake 2017. I'm joined by our 4 Super Metroid racers today. I've got Behemoth87 next to me, I've got Ivan, I've got Wild Anaconda 69, and I've got the Zost with us. So before we get into some questions about Super Metroid, we have one prize that's going to be up for availability. It's going to be this awesome, huge poster of Dark Souls. So you have to get in your donations before Wind Waker starts, the next game. So right behind me, you see this crazy awesome print poster, and that is by Fangamer for $20. So make sure you have donated $20 if you want to get that. It's so cool. And yeah, so I think we can start asking some Super Metroid questions. So we had this huge race. This is why people watch AGDQ, SGDQ, because of these Super Metroid races. And we've got a big one between these 4 guys for 100%. So I guess I gotta ask you guys, you feel ready, you feel prepared? Have you guys been grinding this out a lot? Or has it just been, you're confident in your abilities when you go down the line?
Yeah, I've been practicing all week, really quite hard actually, especially with Wild. We've done a few practice races and stuff. Consistency's, pretty good. Been pretty good so far, yeah.
Cool.
I'm feeling okay. Not too bad. Earlier in the week I wasn't doing too good, but I had a good session today, so
Cool.
feeling good.
Cool.
Yeah, along similar lines as Ivan, for myself, I've been doing a lot of practice. I was not playing too hot in the beginning of the week, but I'm feeling a little bit better now. Behemoth and I, like he said, we're doing a lot of races and stuff, so it's bringing the nerves down a little bit.
Cool. How about you?
Before I answer the question, I just want to give a shout out to my friends from down, Thomas,
Sure.
DDHJ, and Wes for coming with me, and any friends watching from home or family. And I've been waiting 3 years for this grudge match, so Ivan, best of luck in the race, but I'm coming for you.
It's been 3 years, man. See what you learned.
I don't think you can ever really prepare for these races. I mean, you're never really totally prepared. It's always nerve-wracking, so
Got it.
do your best.
Yeah. So we've seen the 100% race at AGDQ 2015, quite a while ago. So can you guys talk about maybe some recent developments, some different things that we may be seeing out of the race today? Why don't you guys take it away?
Okay, the 100% route changed. We had a route change about a little bit more than a year ago. So you'll be seeing a different route this time if you've only watched marathon runs up until now. There's a lot of new strats. Hopefully we can show off there's some really hard strats, but hopefully we're going to be going for some of them, even though it may not be the smartest thing to do.
Got it.
But hopefully we'll get to show off some of those.
Yeah, and the last time that this route was shown at a GDQ was, I believe, SGDQ 2012. I know Desurect was racing along with someone else whose name escapes me, but like Zo said, we had changed the route, and now we've changed back to that one due to new tech that's been found, and just overall the skill of all of us and of all the other players is we've been able to make it faster over time, discovering new things. So there's lots of cool new things that actually haven't been seen yet, new tech that hasn't been seen yet at a GDQ.
Got it. Cool. So a lot of people remember the crazy 4-way any percent races that have been going down for the last few GDQs. But I think we want to talk about that this is a 100% race, so it's definitely different. Can you guys sort of shed some light on what are the differences overall of the 100% category that we're going to see today? Maybe you want to start?
Yeah, sure. Well, the any percent that we saw last time, it's an incredibly dangerous route because you can just die practically anywhere. 100% you can die in some places, but once you get past a certain point, it's pretty much the finish line is in sight. But it's all about you and the strats and the skills and everything. It's a good, it's a different category, but it's really exciting.
Cool. You have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's all about consistency with this. It's really, past a certain point, it's really hard to die.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Wild Anaconda 69. This is your first time against these three veterans of GDQ. Can you
Yes.
talk to me about what you're feeling? Are you prepared? Are you ready? Can you do anything to get on their level?
I definitely feel ready. I'm very nervous. Like up until now, I've just been watching these guys at a GDQ, and now not only this is my first time at a GDQ, but I'm also here racing with them. And I've been watching them for a long time. Pretty much since I started about 3 years ago. So it's pretty surreal, but I'm ready.
Awesome, great. So Zos and I have a question for you guys. So you guys have had quite a few Metroid runs in the past. So what is it about this one today that you're sort of looking to do maybe that you didn't do before? Is there anything that you wanted to improve on or different strats you want to like nail first try, anything like that?
I just love this category. This is my favorite category that there is in the game. And there's a lot of really cool strats that have been found over the last year or so. I like some of them, but it's kind of difficult.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, this is probably my favorite category too. The item fanfares are a little bit much, but other than that, it's a great category. Obviously, you get all the items in the game, so there's all the movement options are available. So, but to answer the question, I haven't ran this category in quite some time here, so it'll be a much better run than before. Even if it goes bad, it'll be a way better time, I think. Cool. Unless I die.
Yeah.
Wreck ship can still kill you at 100%. So.
Yeah, totally. Cool. So Behemoth, how are you going to possibly follow up your one-man victory from last time?
Well, there's a harder possibility of it ending in just one man, alive sort of thing. But it's actually much more pressure this time. Because I feel like there's because being the world record holder, I feel like everyone sort of wants me to pull off all the stops, with it.
Yeah, it's a big title.
Yeah, so I'll try and win.
Yeah, definitely. Cool. All right, so we have a ton of questions from Twitter, so we're going to get through a few of these. The first one up we have is, running SM is delicate since any minor mistake can ruin the whole run. What is the point where you get most nervous and why? How about Wild Anaconda? You want to take this one?
All right, so there's a lot of different points where I get really nervous in this run. There's a lot of really crucial tricks that are come up in late in the run, middle of the run. They can just lose you quite a bit of time if you miss them. So a lot of those ones are really get the nerves going. Especially if you're on a good pace. So pretty much anywhere potentially. So
yeah, totally. Anybody else?
Yeah, there's a number of places where you can lose like a minute if you miss something. Ice clip, there's a really important clip through the ceiling to get to spring ball. It's always a little nerve-wracking. You lose 15 seconds every time you miss it. So there's a number of things where you won't die, but if you miss it, you're losing a lot of time. So yeah,
that's something to look out for.
Cool, cool. All right, next question. We have, what got you started running this game, and what advice can you offer for people who want to pick it up? What kind of resources did you guys have? Do you sort of have a wiki site or some sort of collection of data for people to get into? Anybody?
I'll take it.
Yeah, sure.
We have a Wikipedia now. When I started, I got in Hoda Ruby's run on SDA, got me into it, and just the community got me going on it. There's a lot of resources now, though. There's some custom-made practice ROM hacks that you can use that are just amazing for optimizing the game and practicing. So, and like I said, we got a Wikipedia that's got a ton of information, or a wiki page. So
yeah,
there's a lot of information out there now. If you just go in any of our streams and ask, I'm sure you'll find that information easily.
Yeah, the URL for that website is deanyd/Super Metroid, DEANYD/SM. So go ahead and check that out. You can find everything that you need to know to get started running this game right there.
Cool. Yeah. You guys are known for having a thriving, bustling community in which you can just sort of ask anybody anything, which is really cool.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, next question we've got. I like this question. So, the SM community is notorious for naming every room in the game. What is your favorite room name, Ivan? You want to take this on?
The parlor.
Parlor? Okay. You're
Probably business center because it's just ridiculous. It's just a load of rocks and breaches and an elevator. Nothing like it.
That's great.
I really like the pants room. The room right before Shack Tool. If you were look at it on the mini map, it just looks like a pair of pants.
I'm going to answer a similar but different question. My favorite item name in the game, nickname, is the last missiles pickup. It's been recently named as the 230 missiles because you have 230 total missiles at that point. It's the last item in the game, so I like that.
Brilliant, brilliant. All right, we got another one. Actually, I do want to talk about this quickly. So they ask how many frames are saved if the animals are killed. And I think a lot of people are sort of maybe confused as to what kill and save the animals are. It's pretty obvious if you've watched it a few times before, but does anybody know specifically the
Yes.
frame
Maybe
count? Or
3,600?
Yes,
No,
I know exactly how many it is
Okay,
because
all right.
I timed it,
Oh, God.
and actually in the past, my donations to GDQ have mentioned it, but it's approximately 26 seconds, which is about 1,560 frames.
Okay.
So it's a lot,
A lot
of,
of
frames.
frames.
So
A lot
we'd
of frames.
like it if we could kill them.
Got it.
So-
Very much so.
It's unfortunately too many seconds.
26
many
seconds is a
seconds.
lot of seconds. It's no walk in the park. All right, cool. So, similarly, if we're talking about animals, why don't we move on to this one, which is how do your friends and family divide on the save kill animals debate? Is this something you can openly talk about with them, or do you have to just sort of walk away? Behemoth, you want to take it?
My family doesn't even know what it is.
They just
They
don't
don't get
know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my family doesn't know either.
Yeah.
But I would hope that any friends that know that I speedrun or do speedrun themselves would want to kill the animals.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really openly talked about. I'm sure I could, but I'm the only person that I've really ever mentioned it to is my girlfriend, who wants to save them. She doesn't understand why, we have to kill the animals, but she accepts the fact that that's what I need to do in my runs. So,
I'd say all my friends back me on the kill the animals thing.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Cool. All right, I do want to ask this one too. So, what's the favorite strat on Run? What is something that people should look out for when you guys are going today to see if you nail either first try or just a very impressive looking trick? Wild Anaconda, you want to take it?
sure. Well, I would say my absolute favorite strat that it's incredibly difficult is the reverse slinky. So I know we're definitely going to try and show that off for you. But one that's a little bit more reasonable to achieve is called Blockbuster. And so you'll see that as we return through Brinstar and during the item cleanup there.
Got it. Cool. Ivan, what about you?
I am not sure what it's called. I think it used to have a name. It's the Endalower Norfair, the speed ball, spring ball, to get the missile and then break through all
Hot
the
Ruby
blocks.
special.
We've been
That's,
calling it
that's
Hot
what
Ruby
people
Special.
seem to be calling it. I swear it had a
Ruby
name
Special.
before that.
Oh, after Ridley?
Yeah.
People have been calling it the Hodarubi
Oh,
Special
I know,
recently.
I know.
I have no idea
yeah,
why.
I
But
swear there was a name for it though, but I don't know.
It's a good one though. Yeah.
All right. This is a big question. Behemoth, you're going to take this one. Metroid in this game? Can you help us out?
No, because we skip it.
I've never been able to find
Brilliant.
it. I've never been able to find it.
Yeah. All right, Ivan, I got one
It's
for you.
DLC probably.
Who's accused boss, Ivan?
Crockemeyer.
What do you think, Zost?
I have to agree with Ivan.
You have to agree? All right, cool. All right. Let's get one more in here. Yeah, I think this is a good question. So, what do you do to keep your nerves under control to present the best of your skills? So you guys are doing a huge race coming up. What is it about, being on stage with a huge crowd? What can you do to sort of like calm yourself down and play consistently? Take it.
I think, simple stuff like just taking deep breaths. Maybe wipe your hand in every door transition and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just try and relax. It helps that you've played it a long, long time. Yeah.
Cool. Ivan, want to go?
Yeah, I mean, I wipe my hands off a lot, even in practice, just after every room. But I think it's good to have a little bit of nerves going into it. I don't think you want to be completely calm.
Totally.
I have absolutely no idea. Conquering nerves is the toughest strat. So, and I've never been on a stage or in front of an audience this large. So, it's going to be a new experience for me. I'm just going to do whatever I can.
Totally. Those?
I usually take a long hot shower before the race for any run, but nothing you can do really helps to calm the nerves. It's so many people, and you only get one shot at it per marathon, so it's impossible to not have any nerves.
Cool, cool. All right, so I got a few prizes to show off before we move on. We got 2 prizes for the Wind Waker run coming up. So this is a really cool print donated to us by Fan Gamer for, you can donate $10 for this and you can get this awesome print And then you can also donate $30 during Wind Waker and get this really awesome, huge Valoo. Look at this thing, it's massive. $30 for this. So definitely get your donations in during Wind Waker if you want to see that. And I've gotten word that we've cleared $1.4 million, which is crazy. The amount of momentum in the last, I don't know, hour and a half has just been incredible. So it's great. All right, you guys are definitely going to want to check out these 4 awesome beasts of Super Metroid playing later today. We're going to kick it back over to the hosts, so stay tuned.
Hey guys, my name's Brittany. I'm going to be hanging out with you guys during the Wind Waker run. It should be awesome, so make sure you stay tuned. Just wanted to let everybody know that during that Dark Souls 3 run, we hit a new viewer record. We peaked at 250,000, so that's pretty cool. And I have a ton of donations here, so I'm going to try and read as many as I can before they're ready to start the run. All right, so we have a $200 donation from Nimander8. My mother was recently diagnosed with breast cancer and had a successful surgery yesterday. I want to thank all the great doctors who helped her, and here's a donation to help others get the same care she got. A $50 donation from Azuros. I'm finally donating. Better late than never, right? Awesome job on the runs from everyone so far. That Dark Souls 3 run was amazing. I spent many hours dying on that game due to invasions, but I made it, and it's one of my favorite games. And I think we're about ready to get started.
All right. So what was the file name? What was the winning file name?
Yeah, we're gonna need a Wind Waker HD file name winner. I feel like we probably know what it is, but
Who's the weird one? I know Iwata was second place, but
Iwata was second. When I woke up, it was Iwata.
oh yeah, it was by a lot in the beginning of the day.
Some meme snipe it, whatever.
Bible fun.
All right. I was hoping it'd be like Frank or Z or something.
Or the OMG face in the game. Just 2 dots in the circle. I love that file name. Okay.
R-A-B-R-A-M. That's it? Robram.
What is Rabram?
All right, that is a very weird name. No idea what that is.
All right, well, thank you for your donations.
We'll
I
probably
guess.
find out after GDQ what it is.
Right.
Probably be spam on Twitter on it.
Yep.
All right, are we all ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Go.
So yeah, hello everybody, my name is Linkus7, and today I'll be doing a speedrun of Wind Waker HD. This will be doing the any percent category of the game, which is basically just beat the game as fast as possible. And there's a couple of things you might notice straight away, which is that this game is in Italian, and on the Wind Waker HD version of this game, they decided to speed up every language except the Japanese version. So for a European console, because I'm a Swede, I run on Italian. But for all Americans out there, you can run on Spanish because there's only like a 5-second difference. So basically, any region can do a pretty fast speedrun of this game, which is really cool. And then there's obviously the upgraded graphics on HD version and a lot of other stuff that I'll come to later.
I noticed you were able to skip the opening cutscene that normally ST runners have to watch. Are there any other cutscenes throughout the run that allows for, or is that the only instance of that?
That is the only instance you can completely skip a cutscene by pressing start. Although, because all the text are sped up, you spend less time in cutscenes overall, which is very nice. All right, so after this cutscene and intro now, we're just gonna do basically kind of like a prologue. So first off, I'm gonna immediately change my camera right here, because for some reason they decided to invert it compared to the original game and most games like Sunshine and the cameras like that. So I take 2 seconds or whatever to change that. Most runners do that. and I'm just gonna go to Grandma to basically progress the story. So another thing that changed in the HD version, which I noticed straight away, is the rolling. So in the original version of this game, for some reason, you could basically get a roll with like 0 speed. It was like 1 momentum, so you basically went nowhere. And they thought it was kind of an annoying feature, so the roll, even if it's a dry roll, is almost full speed. So you will see when I walk through some doors or go out of the water, I might like mash A, because you can like, as fast as you roll, the better.
Dry roll is literally just rolling while moving.
Yeah. Another feature in a lot of Zelda games that we're using in HD and Wind Waker SD is save warping, and that is all done by the gamepad, so you guys can't sadly see that, but there's not a lot you're missing.
Now, Linkus, do you come from a Wind Waker SD background yourself, or did you start with HD speedrunning?
I started with Wind Waker SD. At the time when HD came out, I thought it was a really boring speedrun, to be honest. I think the changes they did was good for a casual perspective, but they patched a couple of the glitches. So I learned SD and I ran that for a few months, and then I completely dropped both of the games. But then around half a year ago, a guy by the name of can't remember your name, sorry.
We appreciate what you did there.
Yeah, so he found a glitch called item sliding, which we'll come to later, which is basically is a huge game-breaking glitch, which you do all over the run. And thanks to that, I really thought that the HD speedrun was interesting. So after seeing Gymnast, an OG Wind Waker HD runner, do a lot of runs with the item sliding glitch, I decided to pick it up, and I played HD every day for 3 months until I got the world record, which is currently held by Rasen.
Really quick, we just got a $1,000 donation from the Dominion of Awesome with no comment.
Awesome. All right, so now we're going to Orca, which is basically, he's going to do a kind of a sword lesson, and then if you complete it, you will get the sword. And there's a couple of changes here, too, in the HD version of the game. So first of all, there's a couple of things that you don't actually mention in this tutorial with general mechanics with the sword that a speedrunner reviews. So he's going to give you a couple of cycles, like press B to slash, and then target and slash, and then hold forward and slash. But you can actually do combos during these attacks. Normally, when you do something that he doesn't want, like if I hold any analog stick angle normally and I press B, right now he would say no. But if you do it later, you actually do a faster combo. So right here, instead of just doing 4 slow slashes, I'll do B, B, back and forward, which will do a quick spin. And that will speed up the whole fight. And another difference is that in the SD version, if you did one mistake, it would just knock you down on the ground, which is very slow. But because that was very annoying, because sometimes he says that you're doing it wrong when you're doing it perfectly fine, you actually have like 2 or 3 errors before he actually knocks you down on the ground. So coming up here is a quick parry. So right here is the parry attack, and if I on the first or second frame parry him, I will get an instant second parry. Thankfully though, if you do it 1 or 2 frames early, it will also give you the quick parry. And because on the HD version, it doesn't actually knock you down. It's still faster. So I don't have to wait for a whole cycle of the arrow over his head going up 4 times.
One thing about the combat in this game generally is when Linkus said back there, you actually have to hold the opposite direction of where the enemy is on the controller. So if he's like upright from you, you need to hold down left.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, in the tutorial right there, they basically say, that's actually a problem for like many new runners, I remember myself included. He's just like hold up on analog stick, and then he says you're doing it wrong, but it basically means because he's ahead of, like over you, you should do up. So if he's on the left side of you, that means left and not up. So that is an issue some new runners run into actually. So the only reason for getting the sword is to access this forest, and if you don't have the sword and you actually load this area, there's a huge invisible wall against those palm trees. So there really isn't a way to get around that, and we want the sword anyways. So we're just gonna do the whole casual way. The first part of this game, like the first 30, 40 minutes, is basically the intended way with a couple of tricks here and there. While the end game is really interesting with a lot of glitches. The other mechanic of Wind Waker is that you can pick up items with your sword. So I'm right there gonna do a quick spin, which you pick up the red rupee, and then I'll also zoom out the camera, which will skip a camera animation of zooming the camera in towards that enemy. It saves a couple of frames.
We have a $75 donation from Goat Sage. Wind Waker is probably my favorite game of all time. Good luck on the run. $75 from Anonymous. Thank you all for your help towards a great cause. Good luck to Linkus on his Wind Waker run. Let's kill cancer and all the animals.
That's RNG, by the way.
Yeah, so later we're gonna have to buy the sail, which costs 80 rupees. And I got 20 rupee in that log. And then later in Forsaken Fortress, I'll get 20 rupees too. But that means we're 20 rupees short. And there's 2 blue rupees on Windfall, which is where we buy the sail. So if you have good RNG, you want 10 rupees on Outset right here. But it's in the grass, which is completely RNG based. So some runs, like if you're doing record pace runs, that can be really annoying. It's like, I think once I got like 1 rupee or 0 rupees. And then if you're not really lucky with another couple of flowers on Windfall, you have to like go to get different pots and lose like 15, 20 seconds, which for a record run, you know, like 20 minutes in a 4-hour run is definitely not something you want. But that was pretty average, I would say.
You want to give a breakdown on what the different damage values are of different attacks, like how the spin slash compares to a regular poke?
Sure. So a normal attack usually deals 1 damage. The damage, like the way we want to attack is usually by either a quick spin or a jump slash. So you might see many times that I do a couple of normal slashes and then a quick spin. And that is basically because if you do a like combat attack, such as a quick spin, they usually fall on their backs or on their asses or whatever. While if you do a normal slash, you kind of just stand and play stunned. So another thing they added in HD though is a jump spin attack. So if you do a jump slash and then a spin attack straight away, you can actually hit both attacks at once, and it deals like 7 damage, which is like really strong. And you can also do double hits on HD. So if you're very close to an enemy and you hold target and you do a forward B, you can actually hit it twice in 1 B slash, which will come into handy later. And normal slash usually deals 1 to 2 damage. The current sword is only 1, but then when we get the Master Sword, it will multiply, and then when the upgrades happens too. At the end of the game, you'll see in the early game enemies, I can just do a quick spin and they die instantly.
You also mentioned that you're looking for 80 rupees right now to get the sail in a little bit. In general, is there a lot of rupee routing throughout the run? How much stuff are you going to need throughout the run?
You definitely have to remember it. You can't forget to farm rupees, but it's not too strict.
Sure.
On SD, it's a little bit different because one thing in the end game you'll notice if you played SD. Oh wow, what's up?
She wanted to be a part of GDQ. It is what it is.
Yeah. So in SD, you have to descript 8 shards, and with those shards, you can then fish up Triforce shards. And a lot of people complain about that in SD. There's it's too much sailing, 8 out of 10. So what it changed was that you only have to descript 3 shards. So we only have to basically go to Tingle with a lot of rupees in the end game 3 times. And they also increased the rupee bag, so you can start off getting 500 rupees instead of 200. So whenever you get a rupee upgrade bag, and in end game there's a couple of like pillars and pots during the like collecting of the Triforce pieces that are a lot of rupees. But during early game, this is like the only part I actually have to keep track of my rupees. So right now I had 26, which means I need to get 4. And if I don't get those 4 in RNG, then I'll have to lose 10 seconds getting another pod. So another thing, the mechanics in HD work in SD is that jump slash gains a lot of height, which is actually highly abused in some glitches in SSD. So you might see a lot that I pull out my sword to jump slash over specific parts, to basically a step faster movement all around.
We've got a $10 donation from Romy. Hey guys, Romy giving you the background of the Ram renaming. He's a Swiss member of the French community that has donated a tremendous amount on every event since Crystals for Life 2013. It's probably the last year he can do it, so we decided to give him something back to show appreciation for his support. Much love to all of you from the French Restream. We also have a $100 donation from John Ness. My father suddenly and unexpectedly passed away this week. He got my twin and I into video games, and he will be missed dearly. Thanks to all the runners and staff running at AGDQ this year. It has been helping us through this tough time, and AGDQ is exactly what we needed.
So another thing about Wind Waker is that if you roll onto a ledge and then you don't hold the analog stick, it will completely ignore how much speed you have and still grab the ledge. So many places, I just gonna do a full speed roll and then release the analog stick so we can still grab the ledge. And that's why it doesn't do a jump out of all my rolls. So coming up after this cutscene are ropes, and if you ever played Wind Waker or Wind Waker HD, you will know how awful these are. They're very poorly made. So in Wind Waker SD, they kind of were kind of random in how much speed you got when you released it. So they changed it in this game so you can, for example, turn around while swinging, but they still made them awful by sometimes during the swing you can get pushed to the right, left, like right there I got pushed backwards, even though I had full speed in my swing. And that can highly troll you by, if you do that on the wrong, if it happens sometimes, you can just like fall down and it's a 30-40 second time loss. So good job, Nintendo.
And then the new rope physics, so like the turning around the rope, which is like only used like maybe like once in the whole run.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go to ropes a second time and we'll be using it then.
Do those sadly ever cost you resets?
Yes.
It happens to everyone.
Mm. Must feel great 15 minutes into the run to do it again.
It must feel great an hour in.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. Rough.
Platforming, dude.
But yeah, that's definitely something that there's these small things that can definitely be kind of annoying when you go for the better times, because of course when a huge new glitch got discovered, the item sliding, it saved, like 10-15 minutes. For a long time, the run was very unoptimized, and even though it's not like fully optimized yet, it is definitely getting a lot harder to beat, and you definitely have to put in a lot of time into going for those top times. And those small things that's pretty much out of your hand that can lose your runs is very annoying. There's a couple of enemies later, in for example, Tower of the Gods Keys, that's very well known, that are awful.
That's
We have a $100 donation from Zero Shadow. Looking forward to the Wind Waker run. Good luck, Linkus. $100 from Chris. Congrats on your run this week, the GDQ. Let's go for a world record. Love Wind Waker. Half goes to saving the animals, and half is for Hoy!
I would say a little difference between this version and HD version with this part coming up here is in the original version, what's going on right now with all the lights is all real time. But in HD version, it doesn't matter as much because the light is so close to the rupees at the start of the cycle here that you kind of have to wait for the first rupees.
Yeah, so the second you load this area, you might think that it kind of like reloads this area, but the boat is just very far away, and this whole place is just loaded at once. So from the second you load into this area, the light starts going off in this cycle. And this is a huge part about an SD because of the text was so slow. If you were in the HD version, you can always get that faster cycle, basically no matter what language you have. While on SD, you could just make it with the Japanese version, while in English, you had to miss 1-2 cycles. So you also want to be, it's not too strict, but you don't want to do any major movement mistakes, like climbing the ladder, forgetting to press a text box, because then you'll miss the cycle. But you will see right now that I'm perfectly going to get to the red rupees when the lights are going away, and then when I'm coming to the stairs, you're just going to move away. So in SD, this used to be like a very hard thing, but now I'm so far ahead of the cycle, I can just roll this. On the old one, you had to roll in between them, and that was like a huge reset point because that's like a 1 minute time loss. So coming up is window jump, and it is very annoying in HD, so see if I can get this. All right, good.
Nice.
So, yeah. So they kind of try to stop you from doing it by adding a tiny slope in the corner. But if you still have full speed and you roll off that ledge with a good angle, you can just make it into that window, and that skips going through 2 loading zones. But falling down also loses like 20 seconds, so you rather want to do that first try. Dang. So this enemy has a lot of health, and killing him with a stick is very slow. So I want to try and do a quick spin to make him fall down, and the falling damage will actually instantly kill him. And I sadly got a little bad of an angle, but that's completely fine.
I was gonna say one of the things that makes this game a little bit harder to control is the lack of notches in the controller. So,
Yeah.
In the SD version, window jump was pretty easy because you held up with a certain angle, but you can't just hold up on the Wii U gamepad because there's no notch to hold it up in. So you're gonna get very different angles every now and then.
So right there did a small trick. It only saves like 4 frames, but it looks really cool. So normally when you go through a door, you go through the door animation, and then Link hits like the loading zone trigger, and then it starts game loading. The game starts loading the actual next room. But if you're sliding against that door, you can actually touch the loading zone trigger without actually opening the door, and it saves a few frames. And shout outs to SV for finding that. So another thing you might notice is that the guards right here is a lot different in HD. So in SD, okay, that's really good RNG. So in SD, you had to like pick up the barrel, and then when you started walking, you put it down, which would make Link's hitbox a lot smaller, so you could just make it past. Although in HD, they made it so if you get busted, like if they spot you, you actually have some time to run away before they actually throw you into jail. So we can just roll past them, he sees us, and then we go behind the wall, which will make him forget about us. So that makes this Forsaken Fortress a lot faster too.
And even if it catches you, you can get away far enough to get blocked by another wall.
Yeah. Also, when I'm sliding, you might see it's a little bit weird, and I'm actually tapping the analog stick to the left because it's a little bit faster in animation to tap left rather than just holding left. Because in the end of a normal left animation, he stops for like half a second while he doesn't really do that. So like Spike was asking earlier about the damage, right there is a place where the HD comes into play. So I'm trying to be as close to him as possible when I pick up the sword. So my first slash would leave 2 damage. Then I do 3 single ones. So I know I have 5 HP because then I can quick spin him and deal 7, which is his health. So it's a lot of planning that goes into having optimal combat.
And again, what is it that actually makes the first slash do double damage?
It's just if you stand close enough, basically, they always kind of knock, like it's kind of like a knockback, they kind of get knocked away from
sure.
Link. But if you're still in the hitbox, it will deal a second one.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's just inside his hitbox
Yeah.
sometimes. Okay, I see.
Which is an HD exclusive.
Maybe they just made it to make the fights easier.
Yeah.
Sure.
So Linkus, what is your favorite song in this game?
I was thinking about asking that earlier when we were on outside. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of definitely, like, I think there's a lot of beloved music in this game. I definitely think Dragon Roost Island, when they get there the first time, is definitely one of my favorites.
Sure.
I mean, Windfall and Outset is pretty good too. I actually, when I'm at home, I actually don't play with audio, which kind of triggers some people, but um, I don't know. I usually listen to music to. I usually have a pretty like I pretty easily get like very nervous doing runs. So when I'm at home and I do like record attempts, I just listen to music because it kind of helps me calm down, I guess.
I'm assuming from that you have no audio cues you like to go off of generally in your speed runs.
No, there's very few. For example, in SD was the same thing, and there's a couple of things when I literally just went up, turned on the audio on the TV, did that one trick, and I turned it off. So, Orca, knowing if you got the quick parry, that's a key with the audio. But other than that, there's like 1 or 2 places you really need audio. For the rest, it's not really necessary.
We have a $2,000 donation from Anonymous.
Wow.
I only found out about these events last year, and I've been watching through previous marathons on YouTube ever since. This is my first time watching live, so now I can finally donate myself. This is going towards saving the animals. Since those frames would have never existed otherwise, isn't that saving the frames as well?
Save those animals.
Now, while this cutscene is going on, I do want to remind people about a promise I made at the beginning of the marathon. I said, I don't think Linkus is going to spend that much time inside this boat through the course of the run. I will go ahead and start, because he's in the boat right now. For every minute of this run that he is sitting in that boat, I will donate $1 to the marathon. Yeah. So if anybody at home wants to keep track, then go for it. I was going to, but I didn't know I was going to be on the couch.
Don't get the quick sell Linkus.
Yeah.
New route, dude. That's an old route.
Yeah, let's just get
go
sale.
buy it and then don't use it, but still ride in the boat.
That's actually kind of an interesting fact. Like we were asking earlier about the rupee route, it was very strict and actually reset heavy because it was like RNG depending when you had the Swift sale because you had to have a lot of rupees to buy that. But when we can super swim now in this game, like a lot of that stuff that you don't like take for granted just kind of disappeared. So right here I want 4. All right, 3, okay. 69, dude.
Good number, dude.
I will love it. Oh, I hate that corner.
Yeah, so 69 is actually like fine because there's this one pot that's right next to where you buy the sale, but it's RNG depending. So for example, that pot under like those stairs are a guaranteed 5 rupees, so it's a blue rupee. But there's a couple of pots around outside, or Windfall, I mean, that are, it's either going to be a 1 rupee, 5 rupee, 10, or 20. And that's why it can lose like 15, 20 seconds if you're very short. But if you're just 1 short, you can go to the very fast one because even if you get really bad RNG, you're still going to have just 80. And we do not need a lot of rupees until like much later in the run.
We're not connected to the Wi-Fi, right? There's going to be no tingle bottles.
I'm not sure if I'm connected to Wi-Fi, but it's pretty poopy, so I'm probably not going to go through anything anyways.
If it comes up, the chat is like, read it. They always do.
Yeah, at home, I don't know why, but I get really annoyed having a little symbol in the corner of the game being like, hey, you got a tingle bottle. So I always just click on the menu to get it away because screw the bottles.
$500 from Sir Woody. Another year, another AGDQ. This was an amazing week with amazing games and amazing runners. We have a $600 donation from Denali's Minion. Very excited to donate during Wind Waker since I've been waiting for this game all week. AGDQ has been especially awesome this year.
Yeah, sure. That was good. Yeah.
Those are pretty big amounts.
That wasn't generous enough. I don't know.
$100 from Anonymous. This game looks pretty, but where's Link's Ferry?
I mean,
so that's as close to a ferry as you're gonna get, I guess.
We got the boat.
Yeah, we have the boat, and then we have the Gossip Stone. I guess that's kind of the ferry.
Sure.
It's the blue. So yeah, start keeping count with chat. I believe in you. I know you're good at counting.
Frogs. The wind frog.
All right.
So this is actually kind of an interesting fact. So if you're an old school viewer and you used to watch Narcissus or Cosmo at the time run of AGDQ 2014 run in this game, on the sailing section he mentioned that sailing was not faster due to sail pumping because they nerfed it in HD. And for like 2-3 years, we thought that sail pumping was not faster on HD because on SD you can just take it away and pull out straight away, which gives you a speed boost every time you pull it out. And the speed boost is still in HD, but you have to take the sail all the way back. And then like a few months ago, someone timed it was like, wait, is it actually still like a second or two faster at quadrant? So I think it's kind of an interesting how we just ruled that out, and then someone finally timed it again. And was like, wait, this is actually faster. So
Sure.
Also nice because it's easier on the hands, because less mashing.
yeah, definitely. You did like constantly just cancel leaf on SD. So right here is a barrel game, and how that works is you get 5 barrels of 1 rupee. So it's 5 green, 5 blue, and then 5 gold ones, which is 10. And we don't actually need these rupees right now, but this will come in handy later for the later Triforce quest. And it's only like a second extra to get these barrels, since we have to sail here anyways. So that should be like a solid $2 for Spike or something.
All right, we're working on it.
Like sweating.
Yeah, where's the... That island seemed a lot closer at the start of this. And shouts to realism.
We have $500 from S-Paps. He says, praise the sun, save the animals. $500 from Anonymous. Hello there, wonderful AGDQ once again. Huge shout out to the French Restream and everyone Rabram is for all our support. $200 from Next Level Video Games. Cancer has taken many from my family, but with advancements being made through causes like this, it's also saved my wife from her battle with the disease. Thanks to all the runners and organizers for all they do.
So this is another thing to sped up in HD version. So normally in SD they basically showed how to play the notes twice, and then you could do it. But now they basically just do it once and hope you're smart enough to figure it out. And also it kind of was like the second you pull out the Wind Waker, a timer started, and then after half a second the first note started, which a lot of caches that are kind of just slow kind of got triggered by. So what they did instead is that no notes will be played until you touch something on the C stick. So. And that's faster for speedrunners and for casuals, so a win-win. So bomb flowers kind of work differently compared to normal bombs. So when you pick it up, it's basically kind of like a timer. Imagine you count it down to 10, and you know it's just normal time. But if you throw it or slash it with a sword or something, it actually speeds up the timer. So usually when I use bomb flowers, I like to throw it as early as possible, or in this case, then use my sword to spin attack it, because it makes the bomb go off a little bit faster.
Is it almost like a flat rate it brings down? Like if it starts, say, at 10, then a sword slash will bring it down 5, or a throw will bring it down 5, or it'll just put it at, say, like 2.
I think it like doubles the speed of how it goes, counts down. So it's actually not 10, but I think it's like 5 or 6.
Sure,
but
yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was just an example, but yeah, it basically just speeds it up by like double. So.
Stabbing the bomb directly blows up as well.
Yeah, on a normal bomb, when you pull it out, there's a timer, and if you slash it or any damage gets dealt to a normal bomb, it will just instantly explode in your hands, while these ones are a little bit different. That's why I could spin attack it and then have the time to pull out my shield, which blocked the bomb explosion.
Right.
So coming up is kind of a cool thing that I'm basically just going to read out loud I'm thinking or doing, basically. So coming up is the first kind of multitasking with the gamepad. So you might just see new runners, they usually kind of stand still for a few seconds, and that is because you usually have to equip items, and the new runners kind of just look down, equip the items, and then they start walking again. But that's pretty slow, so I don't like to do that. So right now, because I just talked to Tingle, I'm in the Tingle menu, because there's 3 menus. There's the items, the map, and then the Tingle menu. So right when I start walking, I'm going to press L on the gamepad, and that's going to change me to the items menu. And then when I roll through the door, I know I'm going to have like a split second. So because I know where that delivery bag is on the touchscreen, I'm going to press it, which will open a secondary menu where the letters can be. And then I'm going to get the letter from Medley up here. And then when I'm falling, I'm going to equip it. So I press L right there, and I roll up here, press it right there. So now that it's open, the menu, I'm going to go through this text, and then when I fall down, I'm going to try and slide it up on the X button. And it's a lot of like these small optimizations that takes a lot of time because you need to know exactly without really looking like where everything is and when to do stuff. I'm just gonna roll down here, and then during this fall, equip it, and it's on max button.
I love little additions like that to that and Twilight Princess HD menuing
Yeah.
on the fly.
It just makes you multitask.
Mhm.
It makes the run a bit more depthful than just pausing the game. But pause menuing is also very difficult as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely a few times that like I actually do like you can still pause the game so you have more time. So if you're low in health and you wanna like I don't know equip a fairy or something, then obviously you would probably pause because there's enemy next to it. But in general, we really don't pause a lot except if you're like setting up a glitch or something and we want a pause buffer.
Also, just to talk about movement in general, because I feel like that's something that kind of gets glossed over, and especially like 3D Zelda games in general, it's not much about that. How hard is it to optimize your rolls, not bonking on everything in this game, side hops, backflips, all that sort of stuff?
Movement is definitely more important in HD than SD because it's more about movement and less about like glitches, I would say.
Yep.
But it is still much more friendly. If you want to pick up the game, I definitely would recommend HD over SD because in SD you have to learn to like every single time turn the like the first 2 or 3 frames because otherwise you lose all your speed since you can get like low speed rolls. By here, like I know some new runners, it literally is mash A because you know you'll have like full speed. So.
Sure.
It's like if you want to go for better times, it definitely like makes a huge difference. But if you just want to like play the game, then it's not the biggest deal.
I'd also say the first week or two, getting used to the gamepad itself.
Sure.
The angles are quite weird when you're not used to it, and the
Yeah.
fact you have full speed rolls at all times, it's very easy to bonk the walls in this game.
Yeah, and also if you pick up this game on the gamepad is faster purely because of the fact that you can equip items without pausing and then the gyroscope. But 1 second. There you go. So, wow, I forgot what I was gonna say. Whatever.
I'd say it's a really common habit for someone to look at their gamepad equipment sign real quick and then bonk into a wall.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, right there I do like that one roll, and then I'm gonna use the bottle to get up the water, and that sometimes can mess you up. So right there, this bomb is actually like that because of how weirdly that slope is on top of that rock. You might see very many runners like throw a lot of bombs because it just like slides off because I don't know, it acts like it's ice or something. So coming up right here is kind of it's like there's a lot of places in this game where you can go either for consistency or if you want to go fast. So there's a lot of these small things, it's a few seconds of a difference, but usually most runners go for consistency because it's a long game. So right here you can actually do a jump, like a slash to get over this gap, and it saves like 2 seconds, but it loses like 20 seconds, 30 seconds if you fail it. So I always just knock down both of the statues.
And there's only like one runner who does it,
Yeah.
just to top it off.
So this is a dungeon where the movement is very important. Then you will see like usually maybe even like a 20, 30-second difference of new runners compared to old one purely on this movement part. So the second you load this dungeon, there's a lava cycle in like many rooms far ahead that starts. And all the movement and everything that happens right here, it will just keep going. And if you play very well, then you can make an earlier lava cycle. So right there I was kind of unlucky. So when you slash him, you usually want the stick to go up on that higher ledge, but it was lower down. So I'm already on like kind of risky rounds to get the fastest cycle. There's very few people that actually can consistently, I would say, get the fastest one. But you will see a lot of like just small technical stuff that you do, like when you climb up different objects, you're trying to do a first frame roll, because then you can do an instant full speed, which is actually be used to do some glitches later in the run too. Right here, I'm going to use the sword to gain some extra height so I can make that gap too. So when you explode the rocks in this dungeon in front of the doors, it's kind of going to show off that you did it. So if you do a roll right when it happens, you can actually be right in front of it. And right here, I set up my camera perfectly behind Link. And what that will do is, it normally will show kind of an animation of the platform spawning. But if you have the camera perfectly behind you, it won't actually be able to properly do that camera switch. And it just completely skips that animation, which saves some time. actually kind of fun fact right there. So that enemy right there, you need this sword, but if you, on like the first or second frame, do a jump spin attack, you can actually kill him because it deals 7 damage before he broke the barricade. So you're basically soft lock because the sword is stuck in there. So you would have to like reload the whole room to like get it, which is something they probably didn't think about since 7 damage was normally not able to be dealt in ST.
We have $500 from Joshua. First time watching, first time donating. I tried to come up with something clever to say, but I failed. So I guess just keep up the good work. Oh, and also save the animals. $500 from Anonymous. It's not 100% unless you save the animals. $250 from Glitchhound. Can't believe AGDQ is almost over. Crazy excited for the final runs though, and super hype about the funds raised for a great cause. $200 from Smidget. This AGDQ has been amazing so far. Good luck on the runs and kill the animals.
All right, so you'll see right here, I just made it past. And like that fire hitbox, if you thought that wasn't too close, the fire hitbox extends.
Oh, this sucks.
Oh.
That ledge is pretty picky sometimes.
Oh. All right, we'll rip the cycle. So, yeah. So the hitbox of the fire extends way further than it actually looks like, and normally you're supposed to sidle across that gap, but if you just do a roll and then do a jump slash in the end, you usually would make it over, but I kind of had an angle that was facing too much into the wall. So when I did the slash, I actually got a recoil of the wall. Like there. And right here, it's the same thing. I'm going to do a side hop, and then on the last 2 frames, I'm going to do a jump slash, which will cause me to grab that.
So what Linkus did there was actually, after he climbed the ledge, there's a frame where you can input to make Link roll straight away on the first frame. And you use that to jump off the edge of the side of the platform instantly.
Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, if you do like first frame like rolls off. So right here, I'm gonna go to the corner, and I'm gonna try and do a first frame roll.
Nice.
Got it. And for example, right there, that saves like 15 frames because you're doing a faster climbing animation. But it's just a lot of those very tiny things. Like this one, I recommend all runners going for because it's free because you can't bonk on that wall right there. But there's a lot of these tiny movement things like that.
Oh, man. Friggin' stick.
Yeah, so you might think that this like whole hitbox is very big, although you can actually only hit the mid part because the side parts you might see right now when it's burned, they actually don't burn, and both of those sides are actually not burnable, so you have to hit the middle part.
Now, any of these precise window frames or frame windows you guys are talking about, is any of this bufferable in this game, or is that not a feature?
You cannot do a 0 frame pause like an OOT, so you can like you know pause buffer, but there is something called a home buffer, which is you do the home button on the like to go back to like I guess the Wii U home menu, and you can actually do like buffer stuff like that.
All right.
But right now, like don't be frightened. Like when I say like these small things, is kind of calling it out because there's a lot of small things that you know like cash runners won't notice, but all these like frame perfect like rolls I did earlier is completely unnecessary for like new runners.
Sure.
So you can just take the time to turn around normally, but it's just that small tech that kind of gets looked over upon that you notice when you pick up the game that.
This game has a different system on pause and home menu. So with home menu, you can buffer 1 frame input the next frame, but the issue is if you're holding a button the frame before, the game, if you press it the frame before, sorry, the game considers you holding the button on the next frame rather than pressing it again. And the only way around that is if you use pause instead, but it's very precise because you have to time the input after the pause. You can't just hold the button to buffer it.
Sure.
Yeah. So it's pretty picky with buffering in this game. It's not very easy.
Yeah. This is a room that can completely troll you. So this guy is RNG based on his position, and he can actually go to the sides and like push you off, and it loses like a decent amount of time because you have to reload the room because that fire cycle will otherwise you'll miss it. So here's another instance where I try and throw the bombs far away because it will explode a little bit faster. So I'm gonna clear that pod for later, and then I'm gonna go and get the grappling hook. And the grappling hook is definitely what makes this game very interesting. So you'll definitely see some very cool tricks coming up.
Like because of the first section not having a grappling hook, it makes the first like 15 minutes of the speedrun very consistent, and it's all movement based.
Yeah. these stairs are a little bit weird. So the first flight of stairs are just set, like they never fall down, but the rest falls down behind you, and you almost always will bonk the first couple of stairs, but the ones that will fall for some reason have like a different height. Ooh, that's a really good fight. Awesome. And for some reason, there's a little bit different height, so you don't bonk. But right there, I was very lucky. So they like kind of went next to each other, so I could do 5 slashing and that. And this is another instance where it's a lot faster to do the damage. So I'm gonna do a double slash, 2 normal ones, back off, and then do a jump spin attack, and that kills him very fast. And you might see that I kind of like try and mash right there, because in between many different text boxes or cutscenes, there is a 1 or 2 frame window to do some inputs. So you can usually do like a roll or like a side op to get closer to where you want. So here's the grappling hook. So basically why the thing is that you spend so little time in the boat is because of this one glitch. So this is called item sliding. So in Wind Waker HD, they added a new mechanic that you can walk around in first-person items and aim around with the gyro. It's gonna feel like you're in the game. But with this new feature, what someone found out was that if you walk a direction on an analog stick and then you do ESS on the opposite, you will just casually slide forward. So another instance is right here in this room. I can do it right now. So I kind of there's enough speed. You kind of go over it. So basically how this works is that I walk forward on I hold, for example, right now backwards. Then I pause the game, and on the next input frame, I hold the opposite direction ESS.
Let the fun begin.
Yeah. And I hold that ESS, and for every frame, it builds up more speed. But it also builds up more speed for each frame that you build up. So 1 frame after a second of the charging up will give more speed than after, when you just started. So it builds up a lot of speed, and that will cause most movements in this game to be very interesting. And not only can you have faster movement by going forward, but if you're charging up speed backwards into a wall, and then I do a slash with my sword, Link will go forward, and during the during the slashing animation, all the speed I built up inside the wall will be forward. So that's kind of what people call it doom zooming, because you kind of see it just zooms through the room like that, and it is a very interesting glitch. And it also kind of there's a lot of different movement options because of this too, because you can either, if you prefer, just optimize your rolling a lot and do rolls everywhere, or you can just do a lot of, small item slides. And I really like that about speedrun games, that you have a lot of different, options. If you want to go risky, you want to, build up consistency for one thing. I definitely do prefer the item slide movement, so I do a lot of those small things, like right here. It's like half a second faster to get it.
One thing to note about when you teleport across the room there, again, due to the lack of notches in the controller, you have to hold as up as possible, and if you get slightly too left or slightly too right, you can actually go completely the wrong direction, and it can be quite frustrating.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of practice to get it down, and also the gamepad is not. Every gamepad is a little bit different. That's why I recommend you to stick with one, because, for example, my analog stick favors a little bit to the left, so when I hold up, it's actually a little bit up left. But because, I wasn't going to go out and buy a whole new system, I play with it so much that, up for me now, for new run, if someone picks up my gamepad, they might be like, oh, up is not really up. So I know a lot of different gamepads are like that when I talk to a lot of other HD runners. So you kind of have to play a lot to get used to your analog sticks, since of the lack of notches will make it way more inconsistent. So another thing that you obviously have seen at this point, that this is HD, the graphics are beautiful and everything, but because it's still running on the same engine, I can just actually show off. So if I look at like him right now, you will see that there's a lot of lag. It's like running at 10 frames. So what you will see me do a lot when it's like explosions or these stuff is I'll actually try to look away, because it will cause less lag. And it's during a lot of places with a lot of effects, the HD version really slows down. But this fight is pretty straightforward. The only real trick I need to think about is now when he only has 1 hit left, I want to go straight behind him because if I do an instant grappling hook, I'll actually stand and facing in front of him when I land, which saves me a little bit of time because I don't have to walk around him.
One
You know-
thing. Sorry, Ali.
No, sir, go ahead.
I was gonna say like one of the rules with Wind Waker HD is like war's your friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you also see maybe if you look at the camera, that'll kind of flip my gamepad, and that's because of the gyro. I don't ever use the C-stick. I purely move around my gamepad. I might be pushed down into... Thought I was gonna get pushed down into lava. There we go. So in both SD and HD, we really don't pick up a lot of hearts if you want to go fast. In SD, that's a lot. That's a difference. For example, if you're like want to pick up a new game. So not only does SD have a lot of very hard glitches, but you also basically have to have very low HP all the time and not pick up any heart containers because there's a lot of glitches that involves damage. Well, in HD, there's only like 1-2 uses for that. So this is a small difference. If you're a new runner, you can easily pick up this heart container, while on HD, I kind of just ignore it.
A heart container pickup there costs, I'm assuming, 3 seconds or something?
Yeah, it's a very minimal amount of time, so you don't have to worry about it.
It costs you time later on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
So there's that one trick where you have to be in 1.5 heart or less, but that's one instance, and it costs a few seconds, while on SD, it will lose you, like over a minute in total, probably.
About to say optimal SD runs, or I don't know optimal necessarily, but top flight SD runs got 4 hearts by the end, or had a max of 4 hearts.
Yeah. The last trick we do that is heart based in SD is in Earth Temple, which is in the end of the run, and that heart specifically in Earth Temple spawns pretty far away from where actually the portal is. So most runners just get the Wind Temple heart. In HD, I used to get 5 hearts. I used to get ET and Wind Temple, but now I usually just get 1 heart and then actually the fairy, because a fairy takes about the same amount of time to pick up as a heart, and that will give you, another extra 3 hearts. So in this run, you'll see me pick up 1 fairy and 1 heart. I might pick up a second one just for safety, because marathon.
It's always nice if you're gonna die to Ganon.
Oh God.
You never know.
Already projecting.
Well, now we know how to blame that jinx to run.
Alright. A hard boss, dude.
Yeah, a lot of people that play this game probably know that pretty much every single runner dies at Ganon. But he really isn't that hard of a boss. It's probably more nerves. The boss before it, Puppy Ganon, which is kind of like it has 3 faces and it's kind of like the second to last boss, is a lot harder. So the Kenny just went chill with the last one. So right here we're gonna go and learn the Wind Song, and this is another thing why some people think that why don't you just get the Swift Sail and the Swift Sail can change the winds, but there's a couple of Triforce pieces that you have to play this song. So we have to get the song. There's really no way of skipping it. And coming up after this is more item slide abuse. And this is another way I haven't seen yet. So like I said, item sliding is basically as you load up a lot of speed on the ground, which is a lot different from how we load up speed in SD, since SD was purely based on turning around every frame in the water. While in this game, we can load up a lot of speed on the ground, and then if you slowly walk into the water without really falling, you will keep all your speed going into the water. So you'll see me do that right now. So
If Linkus doesn't smoothly slide in the water, he'll actually teleport and shoot off in 1 frame, instead of slowly going into the water and keeping all his speed.
yeah, so I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna charge up speed. Then I'm gonna slowly go down in the water like this. I have the map on the gamepad, and then I'm gonna just go off.
Yep. Sick.
Oh, you just saved me so much money.
Yeah. So definitely one of the big things about this is it looks so much easier on the eye than the SD version as well.
Yeah, I did save just in case, so I really don't hope this happens. Okay, good. So when you super zoom into this cutscene, it actually takes the water level that was currently on it. So I have once had this happen on HD, and that's that the water level is so high that during this cutscene, Link will just drown because he like where he's supposed to stand right here, the water is so high. So I saved just in case that would happen, and if that would have happened, because I saw the water was pretty high, then that would have been really bad. But we just made it.
Wasn't there a screenshot of the boat like flying in the air?
Yeah.
Do you have to like reset the game to fix that?
The boat, no, they will reset after his cutscene. The boat just has like a set position. So if the water is like really low when this starts, since you super swim into the cutscene, it can just like float in this like just pretty high up. So coming up now is a trick I'll call Focus On. This is the hardest trick in the whole game by far, and it's a super swim. It's just a super swim, but it is incredibly hard, and only 2-3 people do it in the whole world. So I'm gonna do this for some time, and if I don't get it, I'm just gonna.
But basically, what he's trying to do is he's trying to item slide into a very thin platform below him in the middle of the water. And if he goes too far to the right, he instantly pops up. If he goes too far to the left, he gets splooshed in the water. So he's trying to control it on a very, very thin amount. Try not to move too much left and right while doing it, just so he gets enough speed to get the super swim, but also the water level has to be the correct height as well. So there's so many variables in how it works. I think, ooh, that was close.
So right there, so I have to look at the platform and try and read the cycle. But then even if I get it, I have to have an RNG-based water level to be so high that it doesn't sploosh me like that, because then there's too big of a difference. So right there, that would have worked, but this should work.
Good.
It's not guaranteed yet, because during Endless Night, the game is very laggy, so I might sploosh. I think I saw the lag frame.
So what he was
Yes,
actually doing
all right.
there, not only do you have to get the super swim, the correct water height, but also you have to load the island just enough, because you have so much speed. If you get to an island, a few islands in the game, with too much speed, you will sploosh instantly because it hasn't loaded yet.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
just all your speed is gone.
Yeah. So in SC, that was a huge problem. In HD, since the hardware is better, it is a lot better. But because of Endless Night, the Wii U is actually a lot laggier. So right here, you see me do password skip. And I guess Fussy can explain this while I'm doing it.
Yeah, so again, due to lack of notches here, this can be quite a stress because you need to hold left on the analog stick. So what he did there was a frame-perfect roll clip. Certain walls in the game, certain walls in the game, if you climb up just on the corner, Link will be barely clipping inside. And just because of that, and the fact you can roll in one frame, you can actually clip inside of the banister there. But the thing is as well, is that this is a double one-frame trick, because in HD version, unlike SD version, if you hold a direction, the first frame after you roll off an edge, you actually jump. So you have to press A in one frame and then release A the next frame.
Oh, wow.
So that's why he's pausing it to release the stick in one frame. And some people prefer to do it unbuffered as well, which is crazy. Also, the end part here is a bit of a preference. Every runner does it a little bit different as well. So he's trying to clip just enough inside, and that's good enough to get in the door.
Yeah.
Nice one, Lucas. That's definitely one of the most annoying tricks within the first hour, 20 minutes of the run.
Yeah, for new runners, this is definitely one of the harder ones. So first you do that roll clip, one frame, and then release it one frame later. And then you might see like the railing is pretty big, but that is not the invisible wall. It goes very tiny bit into that wall. So you have to do a very precise gyroscope aiming, which is very difficult. Like that's probably one of the most frustrating part for new runners, because it's fall down. Because you have to do a very precise roll to stay on that ledge, and then turn around, and then I think it's a 2-frame window or something, 3-frame window to jump slash, so you get just enough on that ledge that you can simply jump slash your side up into the loading zone, and that skips learning the password. So let's see if Ropes trolls us right here.
I was going to say, you can also walk inside the door frame manually in first person, which is what Resin does. Nice. Yeah, these ones look like you're not going to get it, but it always works if you do it correctly. But
Yeah.
It's still so stressful. You lose 30 seconds when you fall.
I can't imagine having to lose a run here after having to do those
Just
last
after
couple
that,
of tricks.
right? Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah, definitely. Since at this point, in theoretical terms, it is possible to like get a record without that great for Super Swim, but like I said, there's so many factors in Grom's RNG. You have to be able to read the cycle, and there's so many different types of cycles that boat can move in compared to the water. And it's just like, it takes, I would definitely say I spent over like 30 hours on that just one trick alone, because that was the first, it was considered task only, and then I grinded that for about 30 hours or 3 days in a row, and I was the first one to actually make that RTA viable, and then Gymnast and Rasen picked that up, and doing that trick and then you can lose your time on like something as stupid as ropes is very frustrating.
How much time does the Greyfish Super Swim save, Linkus?
Optimally, it would be 2 minutes. If you do it in a safer way, it's 1.5.
If you're going for world record, it's nearly guaranteed.
We have a $1,000 donation from Parasite. Here's to another excellent GDQ and to killing the animals. $512 from Vlad. This run reminds me of playing Zelda with my parents as a kid. I told my mom about AGDQ and she matched my donation. Thank you to staff and runners. I feel like we're all hanging out together, playing games, fighting cancer.
I wish I could slide everywhere as a kid.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Right, so coming up here is another clip. So basically, oh, this is not going to work. So a mechanic that is in this game is that basically to avoid you from clipping out of bounds, if you go against an object or a wall or whatever it is, the game will push you away from it. So what I do there is I place a bomb at a very specific spot, and then I buffer to the very first frame that Link is grabbing the ledge, and he can basically walk around. Like, he can climb up the ledge, he can release it, he can go left or right. And then actually, even though the wall is on my right side, I'm going to tap to the left. And what that will do is it will go towards the bomb, and then the game will think that because the bomb is there, it needs to push me in the opposite direction. And since the wall is there, it will push me through the wall and clip me out of bounds. And there's a lot of different places we actually have used that.
Got some water?
Yeah.
Why not?
I'm going to get some water for later, just in case.
Nice. So this part's a little bit different, Ned. Just moving from SD. SD, you just like climb the edges, but because of item sliding, it's faster just to item slide into the cutscene.
Yeah, like most of these just movement-based item slides are not necessary to just run the game. Because I guarantee you, when you pick up the game, unless you're, just like God, like CFG or something, you'll probably have a lot of trouble doing very fast ESSs without like looking down at the like at the. I should actually explain what ESS is. So for all you casual runners or casual viewers, basically what ESS position is, which is used in a lot of different Zelda games as a term, is basically the tiniest input that the analog stick can register. So down ESS would be like just under where the dead zone ends. So when I say ESS, it's basically as a slight angle, and if you have too much, he will walk, which won't actually give you it. And if you're not like holding enough, it will just be in the dead zone, which the game will register as you not holding anything.
Every controller has a dead zone where even if you're holding very slightly, it just doesn't input because every controller and console has different dead zone programmed into the controllers. Also, I just want to say the fight with the slimes. I forgot the name of it, but
Their shoes.
yeah, that's probably the laggiest point in the whole game.
Yeah, that looks stupid.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this area would normally, because it's kind of an open, it's actually kind of a cool feature. So in both Forbidden Woods, which is the dungeons coming up, or it is, because the roofs are open, it actually made it so the weather outside will go inside. So if you go in here during the night, it'll be night. If you go in during the day, it'll be day, which is kind of cool, which normally wouldn't happen in dungeons, for example. But that also means that if you have Endless Night triggered, it will be very laggy. Normally, we don't have Endless Night triggered, so go into Great Fish triggers Endless Night, and that basically activate the third quest of the early game, which is getting the third pearl. And because bomb speeds up the second dungeon a lot, since you're not intended to have this yet. Oops, wrong equips. Since we're not supposed to have it already, it speeds up the dungeon a whole lot. But that also means we have to play through these parts with Endless Night triggered, and that causes a lot of lag.
Bulb skip?
No.
Never.
That's another thing, like, there's a bulb skip coming up here, you can skip the last one. and it loses it's actually a lot. I think it loses like 45 seconds if you fail it, and it saves 3 seconds. It's basically you can turn to the right here and skip this one thing, but
Sure.
it is
Isn't the invisible floor smaller on HD version?
it's
I'm
not
not sure.
smaller, but it's just harder because of the lack of notches.
Yeah.
So coming up here is a leaf, and it's kind of like the equivalent of the hover boots in OT, I guess. It's basically allows to hover in the air, and it would also drains magic. It drains magic while you're using it, so I always have to keep an eye on my magic to be sure that I have a good amount. So coming up here is another doom zoom, as some people like to call it. So it's pretty precise, but you basically want to load up against this one and then slash into Forbidden Woods, and hopefully, didn't have a speed.
So the thing about this item slide right here, this is one you have to charge up a lot because it's such a far distance one. But the scare of it is that if you charge too much, which you kind of have to anyway to get the speed, if your angle is slightly to the left of that building, or you hold the wrong angle on your controller when you do it, you will crash the game and lose 2 minutes. And if you don't save your game, the run's over. So that's a run killer right there.
Yeah, so because of, like I was saying earlier, that the longer you charge up an item slide, the more you gain a frame. You can gain so much speed that I think it's that the value is so high that after 7 seconds, no matter where you are in the game will crash because the value is so high. But if you're in the overworld and you charge up for about 3 seconds, you will get such a far out of bounds position. When you slash your sword, the game won't be able to render so far out of bounds out of the ocean. Since you're not intended to be there, it just crashes.
And also the same with stairs. If you go too far under the Z-axis and stairs, you crash the game as well because the game doesn't know what to do. Wow. So with item slide, you have to be pretty careful.
Yeah, that's definitely, since there's no really good visual cues, that's definitely something you just have to play around with a lot. Because all I do when I want to know this super sim, I'm going to an island that can usually, sploosh me because it takes longer to load, or this one has a shorter one. You just have to play the game a lot to get the feeling of, okay, I'm supposed to charge up for about 2.5 seconds, 2 seconds, and it's just something that after a while you kind of take for granted. But as a new runner, you usually charge up for too long or too short or whatever.
A common complaint of a new runner in this game is basically, why am I splooshing? It's like the most common thing we hear from new runners.
Yeah.
And it's always because you're loading islands by super swimming into them too fast. And you just got to learn the map pretty well.
Yeah.
To where the specific spots are to avoid.
Yeah, so right here you see, like, there's supposed to be a lot of puzzles. There's those eyes on the doors, and I'm supposed to, like, go and get specific, like, objects to throw at them. But because I have the bombs, I can just immediately go through the rooms.
That's the strat that saves no time.
Yeah, I have to wait for this cycle anyways, but I thought it was faster and I picked it up, and I'm just so consistent at it that I thought it looks cool, so why not? But if you fail it, you do lose a lot of time.
We have $200 from Apocalypse Steel. Awesome games, awesome cause. $500 from Anonymous. Thanks, Bubble Del Fuego, for that great run and sharing your story. $300 from Mr. MV. As always, amazing work, looking and doing better every year. Congrats and love from France.
So right there, I didn't get past him in time because I had a bad angle and analog stick. Because what Fuzzy was saying earlier, you have to have like a really good up angle on most places, and right there I did not. But I basically get hit by him, and then during my invisibility frames, if I do a first frame item slide, I can just make it past him before he damages me again.
Also, that was the first time that Linkus used the L button to adjust himself during the item slide. And when you target during the item slide, it keeps the angle you originally had whilst moving. So you can control exactly where you go when you press the B button.
Yeah, so I kind of charge myself up into that corner, and stuff is in the way, so I can't just slash my sword to get over the room. So I slowly slide my analog stick around, and because I'm keeping my ZL angle, when I actually kind of launch off, I'll still go to the right direction.
Pretty crazy, you go so fast that you just clip through things that come out like instantly.
So this is another thing that I actually really love going into HD. So I picked up a SD like in like late 2013, and at the time there was a lot of old strats, and this is actually a strat that used to be done, that not used anymore, and then it got like we use it now in HD, which I think is like really cool that you get to like kind of flashback and experience these old ones. So I kind of move him backwards towards the door, and then use my leaf, and I want at least 3 hits into him, because if he has 1 wing or less, he cannot keep himself up in the air, and he will just drop down. So because he's going against the wall, he won't gain his height fast enough to actually like only hit 1 wing and then he goes up. So I can hit all the 4 wings, and then 1 cycle him.
Now for the fun parts.
$300 from Fleur. Shoutouts to everybody who helped in any way, shape, or form. You guys are all great. Don't forget to save the animals, and more importantly, save lives by beating cancer. $250 from Anonymous. This is an amazing event. Keep up the great work. We're getting really close to that $1.5 million, so keep sending in those donations.
A little optimization there. Link has actually equipped the grapple hook because the boomerang's coming back to you, and you can't actually use it straight away. And annoying thing as well is the boomerang changes your angle when you re-grab it. So just equipping the grapple hook there saves like a second or 2.
Right, this.
Oh, you have to grab the edge. It sucks.
So you might take for granted that I can just grab the ledges with the leaf, but the leaf actually, I actually forgot to mention this earlier. So what I'm doing is leaf pumping. So when I leaf, I use leaf pumping, and you're basically just losing an X amount of like height every time you have the leaf out. But when you're pulling it out in the pulling out animation, you actually don't lose as much height. So what I'm trying to do is I try and cancel the leaf and then re-equip it. And that will keep my height better. Oh, not again. And then not only that, but if you go against a wall when you have the leaf out, you will always just bounce away from it. But
sadly, because he hit the wall on the left there, he lost a lot of height as well.
Yeah.
So he had to grab the edge there.
So this is a very cool clip. So just gonna cash this to slide into this wall in this game. Hello? I'm just gonna clips him through.
Yeah. Fun fact, you can crawl like around the wall. And there's like all black floor under you.
Yeah. But yeah, so you bounce against walls if you have the leaf pulled out. So you have to time with like, it's not too strict. It's probably if you're like pretty high up, it's probably like a 2-3 frame window to cancel the leaf. And because he's considered falling then, he can grab the ledge. So that's what I failed the first time. It was too late, so I got the bounce against the wall.
One thing I like about this game is just like dungeons, even with item sliding, get progressively harder as they go on. So, like even the glitches don't ruin the difficulty of the speedrun, which is awesome.
Yeah, this is definitely a dungeon that is very hard to do very optimally as a new runner, or even for me at this point, because there's so many things that just can go wrong. So one thing you see right now, which I do many times throughout the run, is pulling out a bomb or an object going through a wall. So right through those plants went up, and when something goes up behind you, like a door, like gals or whatever, that covers a wall, like a door, Link usually kind of gets like a frightening animation and kind of turns around looking around like, what is happening? And if you hold something in your hand, it will actually skip that animation because you can't play it properly. So it's not just for fun. I'm actually doing it because it saves time.
No troll floor.
Yeah.
Sometimes that floor can be tricky. And it doesn't like go forwards. So a little thing that Linkus there actually, he item slide into the cutscene. With some cutscenes in this game, when you item slide into them, it actually starts you in a different position than normal. And that's going to be used about 2 or 3 times during the run.
Now, I believe optimal here is 2 cycles. Is that correct?
Yeah, in theory you can actually 1 cycle, but I have never gotten that. But yeah, so what I want to try and do, like Spike said, is I'm going to try and aim to the left, and then aim on the right, and hopefully, yes, it does a whole circle around. And then if I did that correctly, I missed 1. That sucks. It's on the wrong.
What is it?
Wow.
This bus can be trolly.
So, As you saw, I picked up some water earlier. I'm just gonna drop this on this plant and see what happens. Oh, look at that. He died.
What?
So this is a really cool thing. So I used to run him in Fish Waffles. He was just playing the game casually. Wind Waker, I think it was at HD, and he was just playing the game, and they were kind of just memeing around on stream, you know, doing whatever, and he by accident dropped forest water on the boss, and he just instantly killed him. And they tried it on Wind Waker 8 SD, and that works too. So it's an Easter egg that Nintendo put in because basically forest water is considered holy water, I think, in the Japanese version or whatever. So because this is an evil plant, if you drop the holy water on the plant, it instantly kills him. And that's been in the game now for what, like 13 years, and no one discovered it until like a few months ago.
Wow.
Which was really cool. So
6 speed strats.
yeah.
It's actually slower.
Yeah, it's actually only like
Oh,
it's
really?
It's like 1 or 2 seconds slower. Although for new runners, it's actually a lot easier because it's kind of hard to one cycle that boss with the spin attacks, but it's like guaranteed first, you know, one cycle if you use the forest water. So I recommend new runners actually getting the forest water.
Jump slashing that boss is not always reliable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you should know.
That's an amazing Easter egg, by the way.
Yeah.
So normally in your attempts of the runs, do you decide to go no water strats on it?
Usually, yes, but that is more or less just because, not because it's like 1 or 2 seconds slower, it's more just because I kind of like have muscle memory of where my equips are on X, Y, and R, and it kind of messes that up, having the bottle to remember, but I do it sometimes, just like if the Shad wants it.
Just like more to remember during the run as well.
Sure.
Yeah, rip the Twitch Shad with the Oz.
This was the old classic Wind Waker streams where people just
Yeah.
spam chat.
Good old days.
We have $200 from Programmer Cat. Thanks to all the volunteers who set this up and run all these games. $30 from Fossil. Big thank you to AGDQ for all the good you're doing. And also to the runners who take time out to travel and dedicate their time and skills for such a great cause. $200 from Streef. Thanks for an awesome week. Save the animals and let's go for a new record. Hype?
Hype.
So this Super Sim is a little bit special. So since I'm not allowed to fall at all going into the water, I have to be dependent on Beetle, and Beetle is a complete jerk. So I'm gonna go away from him, which he will not notice me, so he'll kind of walk. Wow, not what I'm supposed to do. And he's normally, like, as you see, if I go away from him, he will kind of go away with his boat. So I want to slightly go away from him, and then go into his hitbox again when he's starting to move the boat, because right now the barrel is kind of like against this wall, like as you can see right there, under the water. So if I stand here and then go into it again, it would just be enough space that I can actually go into the water without be considered falling. So now this is a little bit tricky because sometimes you can mess it up even if you do perfectly, because the water is kind of like bumping up and down in the water. This is not going to be enough speed.
Yeah.
Where are you, Beetle?
He never cooperates.
All right, there you are.
Yeah, with this trick here, starting from the save file, like you're kind of the right position, you just move a tiny bit away, and you can just get like a feel of how long you need to wait before going towards Beetle, who is in the right position, like Linkus is doing right now.
This might be almost too much speed. No, it should be good, actually.
Fine. So what happens if you have too much speed there is he'll go out of bounds and he'll avoid straight away.
Yeah.
And that's frustrating because you have to reset the game and do the setup again.
Yeah, so even though I have a lot of speed, there's only a couple of islands. I guess like a good rule of thumb is if you look at the map, all the actual like bigger islands that actually have like the dots on the screen, such as... Oh, I don't have bombs. Okay. Thank you, Bottle. That's what I was talking about earlier. I completely...
Yeah, and that's why muscle memory can be an issue with it.
Yeah, so you might see I actually pull out my bombs when I'm charging speed, and that is because earlier I tried to go into a corner and I press CL because that would stop me from charging speed more, But when I don't have like a wall next to me, I can just pull out a bomb or just skull hammer because that will stop him recharging speed, but it won't do an animation that will actually change his speed value. But yeah, so as I was saying earlier, like a rule of thumb is the bigger main islands, such as the Dungeon Islands, Outset, Windfall, Forsaken Fortress, Dragon Roost Cavern. Those islands usually take more frames to load than others, which causes a lot of splooshing. While islands like, just normal lands in between usually can load in 1 frame, but because also it takes 1 frame for the game to unload, if you have a lot of speed so you can cover a whole quarter in 1 frame, you will always sploosh.
I just want to say as well, from that island where Link is just teleported on using the save warp, there is an alternate strat that saves a few seconds, which is very risky. You can item slide with just enough speed to go out of bounds and void. But if you charge it that 1 extra second, you crash the game. And it saves about, was it like 3 to 5 seconds or something?
Yeah, it saves 4 seconds, but I didn't even do it when I was going for record attempts because 4 seconds, and it's 1.5 hour in usually, like I think then, 120. And I mean, 4 seconds and it can involve crashes is really not something you want to do because that's a solid 2-3 minutes of, resetting the whole Wii U. This is really slow since you have to go through the whole menus. So this is another cool thing they added in HD. They added the crosshair so you can kind of see where you're aiming.
Laser sight.
Basically is, I don't know, aimbot.exe. So this is the pure reason we triggered Endless Night earlier. So if Endless Night is on, that viral wind will be on the backside, and then we can use the bombs we got from the pirate ship to go in here, and we can get the 3rd pearl. And that is basically the first quest of the game. Kind of split up into, I would say, 3 parts. It's the first part to get the Master Sword, then the second one to upgrade it, and then the 3rd one is, let's just not talk about it because it's pretty boring.
We have $500 from Fish Sticks. Besides beating games quickly, I also hope we can beat the AGDQ PB of 1.5 million raised. Take my money. Just as a quick reminder, guys, that Bandai Namco prize pack is going to be extended until the end of the marathon. So $125 minimum donation to enter. You're going to get a ton of stuff if you win that. And that also enters you to win the grand prize, which is a PS4 Pro with VR. So make sure you get those donations in.
Yeah, seriously, if you haven't, go and check out the Bandai Namco set. It's like 15 items. A lot of them very high value.
$100 from Yellow Devil. I've been watching AGDQ all week and I've been having a blast. I'll be staying up till 5 a.m. to watch the end. $133.70 from Travastic. Save the animals.
Oof, that was risky. So right there he's loading the island because he got there too fast. And readjusting himself to land it, but sadly sometimes you start off an island and you teleport a little bit too far and you sploosh like that.
Yeah. It's usually just a short swim. As long as you're not too far away, like you have an insane amount of speed, you can just swim to it.
Like optimally what you want to do is you want to land on the island and take out the Wind Waker to lose the instrument.
Yeah, the Wind Waker will always kill all your speed, so that's why you might see like me mashing the D-pad out to pull out the Wind Waker. Which is another cool feature I forgot to mention about HD. So in SD, there's a couple of items that you have to equip, such as the Wind Waker. It has to be one of your items, but because you use the Wind Waker so frequently, they actually equipped it to the D-pad in this game, which is very convenient. So right there, I kind of just walk off the island, and because I super swim to that island, if I walk off and then I save warp, when I'm in the water and I'm not considered to be on any land on that island, it will actually spawn me back at the last considered, I guess, island I was on. which happens to be outside, which is very good because you cannot get a super swim off those islands I was just at, the Triangle Islands, since there's no really good slopes you can walk down. So you'll always fall if you try and charge up speed. While right here, I can just do this one over and over. So this is the third one, so all I've been doing wait, where am I? Am I okay.
Good. That's one of the kind of frustrating things as well with super swims in this game is you're usually looking at your gamepad, and every now and then you can bonk the islands that you forget about, and it's like you gotta balance sometimes looking between the gamepad and the TV.
Yeah, I really don't think you can see it if I show it up the cam, but like basically I have this whole map up right now on the screen, and I'm basically trying to just look at the arrow and see where Link is going, because if I look at the screen, I can't really react fast enough to where Link is going because he's just going past islands, but it's much easier to navigate looking at the gamepad. But if you don't have a lot of speed, so the islands actually have time to fully load its collision, sometimes you can run into an issue where you go, like, for example, on that island.
And you also got to react to how much speed you get as well.
Yeah.
Which is definitely one of the hardest things.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the longer cutscenes you will have in the game without any text, so great time for, like, bathroom breaks.
Time for some donations?
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely. All right, $500 from Axel. Thanks for another great AGDQ. It's so great to see Wind Waker HD being run. $150 from Cure. Kill cancer and save the animals. $200 from Kaj. I remember a time when video games were shunned by the general population for being different. Now we're seeing video games being used for the good of many. From raising money to physical therapy to helping those with mental disabilities help develop social skills. Keep up the great work, everyone. $50 from Zoa. Thanks to everyone involved for another amazing AGDQ. Wind Waker, both HD and SD, is one of my favorite speedruns, so I'm happy to see it run at GDQ again. Good luck, Linkus.
Thank you.
He's got this.
Face. Bible thumbs.
Also, another thing we didn't touch on is in SD, because of storage, you can skip some of the cutscenes in the game. So one of the kind of negatives is we do have to watch a few cutscenes.
Yeah, thankfully they're, like we mentioned earlier, though, because of the text, they're kind of sped up, so they're not too big of a deal, even though we can't skip them.
Yeah. But like most of them are like unskippable cutscenes anyway. We have to watch. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
Like a small 20-second one, a Dragon Bruce Island, for example, is like such a little one.
This is actually the first time in the whole run you might see me change the wind, and that is another cool thing about not just do you actually super swim instead of sailing very slowly to from Great Fish, but you can also skip changing the wind, because normally when you go to, like when you're about to leave Dragon Roost for the first time casually, Coral basically forces you to change the wind downwards because to help the casual player find forbidden woods and heathen. But because I never jumped in a boat, that's the first wind change, and that's a lot of that goes into routing too. Like these long games, routing like, you know, an optimal way, you know, minimal wind changes and a lot of that stuff it takes a lot of time. And there's a couple of runners like Trog that doesn't really run the game a lot, but they really help out the communities by, you know, making tasks and routes, and it really is cool how, you know, it's a community effort to optimize these games.
Was that a one-frame roll clip instead?
Yes.
Yeah. So with that bomb right there, optimally, like easily, you want to get pushed inside the wall far enough with the bomb so you don't have to do a one-frame trick.
Yeah.
And you can just roll straight through. But because he didn't get pushed in the wall far enough, he did a one-frame roll clip instead to clip through, which is a backup strat.
Yeah, so I clip out of bounds there, and for you guys that haven't played this game in a while, and you might not remember, I actually skipped like half of the dungeon right there. So there is...
Yes, you did.
So it's 3 floors. This third floor is the boss. The second floor is the statue part, and the first one is also just quests, like the second floor. So if you clip out of bounds there, you can just easily just leaf over to that door, and because there's no gals, there's just water usually blocking your way. You can just go through and you're good.
Do you want to talk about the lack of Tingle Tuner as well?
Yeah, sure. So in Wind Waker SD, we use a lot of like the Tingle Tuner features. So because they wanted to, I guess, market the Game Boy Advance and also the linking cable, they had a feature where if you connect your Game Boy Advance to the GameCube, you can like transfer over kind of like a Tingle shop on your Game Boy, and you could buy a lot of stuff. For example, we could use a glitch called zombie hovering, which allowed us to hover while dead. And why that was even like possible and like we did it a lot in the runs was because they don't need, you don't need to be like on the ground for the shop to work, so you could buy potions and stuff. And also in Tower of the Gods, you could use this thing called the Tingle balloon, which costs 30 rupees, but it allows you to walk in air for like 5 seconds. It's basically is like the hover boots for a limited time. And because they wanted to like publish the Miiverse, they have the Tingle bottles instead, which is completely useless. But
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Check it is.
So a lot of like the Tower of the Gods strats, for example, like that are very different because I actually have to do stuff instead of like just activating that.
It kind of resembles Tingleless category in
Yeah.
GameCube version instead.
We have a $4,096
Whoa.
donation.
Jesus.
Good stuff.
From Anonymous, it always warms my heart to see so many people come together for such a worthwhile cause. A huge thanks in particular to the men and women behind the scenes who keep the show going. As for the animals, let's have ourselves a little barbecue. Kill 'em and grill 'em.
No.
Shouts to all these big donations that are all just anonymous. Which I'm assuming is mostly people not knowing how to do it.
The hiding, dude.
Yeah. So coming up now is a very old trick. It was named after its founder at the time, the Cosmo Hop. So I'm actually gonna try this new setup I practice in the cash room. I've really never done this, so hopefully this works. Before you had to do a very like annoying setup and do this manually, but hopefully this setup will work. I did it only a few times, so let's see if we will blame Chase or if it will thank him. Ooh, not supposed to land on that. But yeah, so normally you're supposed to build that bridge, basically, like play the song we just learned and like walk over the room very slowly. But do this very precise jumps right here. Hopefully.
So this was only recently discovered as well.
Yeah, this was found like a week or two ago, and because I've been in the U.S. for 2 weeks, I didn't really have a lot of time to practice this setup, but that should work, hopefully.
The original one's, it's consistent, but it's so picky because you need to watch Link's shadow on the floor in a certain position.
There you go.
Where this one, yeah. This one uses specific, it targets the wall, so it gives you the same angle.
Yeah.
And the backflip side will always give you the same position. And as soon as the statue comes towards you, you can target the statue to get the right angle.
That was actually a very interesting way I failed at. So one thing that was discovered like many years ago is that randomly these pillars around Tower of the Gods, for some reason, it has this one pixel where Link is considered both being crushed. And how the game discern being crushed is if something is touching Link's head and feet at the same time. And that when I voided out right there, I actually did not void out because of the fact that I fell down, but because I landed on that one pixel, and I have never seen it happen before on the Cosmo Hub, which is very interesting.
I'm sure a lot of people at home probably watched that, and I did the same thing. That doesn't look that hard. Like you could just side hop it. When I played this game casually, I tried it for like an hour and could never get over. So yeah.
You'd assume you'd have like enough speed and easy with an angle that
Yeah.
just fall down.
No.
Yeah, normally, like, when we did the setup, you had to do, or, like, normally is have to, like, inch your way to, like, the bare corner and then get a very precise angle. And it definitely is one of those tricks that you take for granted when you watch it, but then when you try it, it's like, holy fuck.
Did you used to play Call of Duty? Those quick snipes.
We have a $500 donation from Anonymous and a $200 donation from Anonymous.
All right. Just keep them anonymous, everyone. We don't want to know.
$30 from Candy Wall. I'm 8 years old and I want to be a speedrunner someday. I love animals, but not those creepy Metroid animals. Kill them.
There was someone, I think it was Scavenger, who was telling me, yeah, his daughter, she's like 11, and she's running Twilight Princess right now. She has like a sub 6 hour time. I was like, what? They're starting so young these days.
They're gonna be the future like best speedrunners.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta watch out.
So in this room, the second you enter this room, there's this kind of this cycle going on. But if you immediately like just roll through the room, you can actually get on that immediately. And the same way to go back, instead of waiting for the cycle, I just slide up, down, and void out, and that will respawn me at the door. Then I can just leave. And right here is what I was talking about earlier, like an RNG factor. So these keys, or bats, as they should be called, they're completely RNG based. And I mean, I can't really protect myself climbing a ladder. So I was lucky there.
You were blessed.
Yeah. So during these climbing animations, they can actually just hit you down, and they can do it over and over. One time I got hit down 4 times in a row, and I lost like a minute. So right there is another cool thing. So normally those laser shields will kind of block your way, and you have to do a couple of side quests. But if you have a lot of speed, you can actually go through them. And same here, I'm going to use the invisibility frames to roll into it and then go through it before I can take damage again. And then I'll pick it up, and I'm done with this room.
Is that the same speed as I am sliding straight into it? It's not important.
No idea. Always done it that way. I know that way is faster than the normal way, at least. But
That guy can be annoying.
yeah, you definitely want to kill that guy because he can definitely screw you over. And also that's another thing that usually was kind of slow to kill him actually in SD if you got him, because you had to attack him once, then he disappears, he respawns, and you have to attack him again. But because you can deal that amount of damage with a jump spin attack, we can instantly kill him. And I would kind of use a different method I didn't go over really in the mini boss. So you might see that I kind of just quick spin him and he died. And basically the damage, if you deal an X amount of damage to his shield, the knight, and you don't actually break it, and then you manually break it by doing a parry on him, the damage you dealt on him on his armor actually goes over to his normal health. So what I do is I go in, I do 1 stab and then 3 quick spins, and then I know I'm 1 attack away from fully breaking the armor, and then I manually break it with a parry, and that means I can only he has like 2 damage left, so I can just do a quick spin and kill him.
Also, the nice thing about item sliding in the original version, we use a lot of magic in this dungeon, and because of that, because of item sliding, it just reduces so much that we can just use the magic for little optimizations like you did there to climb the edge before going in the light. So magic usage in HD is way less strict in a lot of places.
We have a $500 donation from Anonymous. Save the animals. Craig and Spencer, you are heartless. $125 from FoxOp. Thanks for everyone's hard work. $75 from Anonymous. Thanks AGDQ for everything you're doing.
Oh God.
Uh-oh. Like, that one's kind of weird, so you have to get like a kind of specific angle. Yeah, and then, yeah, if you take out the bomb during the item slide, you just keep, you stop gaining speed, but you kind of like super slide with all the speed you have backwards.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool movements, like climbing up those stairs or whatever. This is completely unnecessary, by the way.
I thought so. I was like, what are you doing?
What an entrance, dude.
Showing off. There is a few swag strats in this game.
Yeah, you go in, like, the game changes Link's state, and during cutscenes or text, he's actually in a state where he can't really get damaged. So even though I just had a bomb explode in my hands, he took no damage whatsoever.
Oh yeah, speaking of the bomb taking away your speed, a lot of runners tend to take out bombs during item slides before super swims as well to get the right amount of speed. Where pressing target or ZL on the controller can be kind of risky sometimes because you still gain speed a tiny bit while doing it.
Yeah, so this boss right here is very annoying. So to give an example, basically there's these 2 hands, and you need to deal 2 arrows, and then the eye will close. And imagine that there's a random timer going off, and every time it hits 0, it will check if the eye is closed. If it is, it will open the eye, and if it's still opened, it will ignore it. So what can happen is that you come in here, you attack one eye, and then it immediately happens to go down in that timer, and it just instantly respawns. So what happened right there, since it's RNG, was that I killed one of the hands, and then when I was on the second one, it just respawned. So with a good fight, you don't want them to respawn because, like right there. Because if you play this really well, you don't need a single arrow drop during this fight, and I might need one. Yeah, I need one now.
He's a troll.
Come on, drop me. Hello?
And that one thing right there with the RNG can cost like 20 seconds.
Yeah, and then also I go underneath him when he's about to attack me. So you might think that, you know, oh, he never even attacked you once. But he actually charges up kind of this laser beam. But if you go straight under him, he can actually have an angle of looking so much downwards onto you that he just cancels it. So we never really get his attacks at all.
Sometimes if you're lucky as well, if the hands move a certain way, you can get a double hit.
Yeah.
That's a good way to save arrows, but you can't really tell what's going to happen.
$200 from Chef 2K. Thanks to all for a great week of entertainment. Greetings from Germany. $20 from the Charmanders. This is my son's first donation, and Zelda is one of his favorite games. He says the glitches are awesome. Keep up the great work, everyone.
Nice. Starting out thinking right.
Slap a shot.
This is the worst change in HD.
Oh yeah, so for some reason they forgot the collision on SD, so you can literally just go in front of this ladder and use the grappling hook and reach this bell. But on HD, they actually sadly added collision, so we actually have to climb the ladder.
Like so sad. Like slowly climbing it. The other version, you just walk up the ladder and just chuck it and it's done.
Another interesting fact is it only actually checks if he does one swing for this cutscene to trigger. So in SD, you could actually just hold ZR and you will stop swinging, but it will count as you swing. So it will actually play the cutscene. So the whole cutscene, when it's supposed to have the bell sounds, it doesn't because he's just standing still there. So you don't actually ring the bell.
Got time for some donation?
Yeah, sure.
All right, $150 from Anonymous. I was told to keep it anonymous.
God dang it, Spike.
There you go.
Hey.
$50 from Alex213. Awesome Wind Waker run and commentary. Thanks to everyone for making this event so great. $100 from Flint. The Wind Waker is one of my favorite games. I will donate another $100 if I can get some crowd hype for Breath of the Wild on Switch.
Hey.
Does anybody else ever accidentally call that bottom of the well?
Yes.
Probably me.
$200 from
knew what they were
Juki.
doing.
Hey, here's some cash. $200 from Nico. Won't be around to donate or watch the finale this year, so I'll have to catch the VOD. Good luck to all the runners, and whether the animals are saved or killed, I hope everyone enjoys the show. $200 from Anonymous. Lost my mother and close friend to cancer last year right before AGDQ, and watching the runs brought me tremendous comfort. Thanks to the runners and crew. Save the animals. $75 from Bamboostle. Been watching AGDQ for years, and finally I'm in a position to donate. Let's finish strong and make it to 2 million. Whew.
All right, Spike, you can decide right here. There's a swag strat I can do, which is a chance of losing time, but he won't lose time if I get it. What do you think I should do?
Do it.
Oh, always go for it.
Do it.
All right.
For HQ, make some hype. Let's go.
So normally I can just walk in this in Hyrule, and when you walk in Hyrule, you get this cutscene of, I guess, showing off the interiors and stuff. But there's actually a clip that was found like 2-3 months ago that isn't really done because it doesn't really save time and there's a risk, but it looks pretty cool. So let's see if I can get it. Bam.
Nice.
And
What? Woo.
so.
I've actually never seen that in person.
That's
awesome.
crazy.
So right now, normally you get like this long cutscene of showing off all of these guys. And the reason it doesn't actually save time even though you skip that cutscene is because I have to do that 3 times now because of you, Spike. So,
Oh, yes.
but if I get them all every single time, then it does not lose time. So that's all
Does
good.
it save time at all?
It saves time in Master Sword.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure.
Or early Master Sword, right?
Yeah.
Which it will do.
Hey, man, if it looks cool, I don't even care if it's faster. That's all that matters in speedrunning, man.
Definitely.
$400 from Anonymous. Long-time watcher, first-time donating. Super excited for GDQ every year. Thank you for everything you do.
I thought you were doing barrier skip, dude. He was so close.
I was waiting. I know.
You had to bring
You want
it
me to
up.
show you this? Bam! Run over. Cool.
I kept it secret the whole time.
Really want to
We
keep
are
this.
admittingly 2 hours off schedule now, so
Yeah. Just want to say there's a big community in the Wind Waker HD and it's growing every day. And there are people every day testing to see if they can get barrier skip. And they've already got ways of getting the input detected in the viewer so we can see the inputs. It's just a matter
Yeah.
of time, maybe, hopefully, that we
2017.
find a way that works. And then this category might change a lot.
Yeah, so barriers, because I need to bring this up, even though I really hate this meme at this point. So barrier skip has always kind of been a meme in the community, you know, like if it happened, you know, we would be completely, you know, just game breaking. And it was never able to really be performed well in SD without like cheat codes or whatever. And then on HD, when item sliding was found, everyone has tried it and it was not possible. And then Girtana, who also found item sliding, actually got it, and he uploaded like a video of behind a bear, and everyone was like, "Oh, it's just fake, whatever." And then someone was able to recreate it on stream, and that's the famous "I did it" video coming
Yeah.
from.
I love the
That's a
reactions.
great
Yeah.
They're like freaking out.
So
I mean, I would too, admittingly, if I was the first one. Yeah.
yeah, so barrier skip is possible, but it's been done so many times. Only like 4 people have gotten it, and it's so many hours spent in it. It's not consistent, and after it was done, Dragonbane put a lot of effort into soft modding when it came to Wind Waker HD and TP HD. So now he actually developed a tool for the Wii U where it records your inputs. So no one has been able to do it yet, but what the goal is for someone to recreate barrier skip again with those inputs being recorded.
Also, just skipped having to kill like a million enemies there,
Yes.
so pretty cool.
So like, it's been done. It's been done, but basically there's no understanding of it yet because we don't have an idea how they actually got it. We're just
Yeah.
kind of theorizing.
Sure.
But
But yeah,
with
like
an input display, it would make a lot more sense.
did you want to go over that trick spike that I just did?
Oh, that you just did?
Yeah.
Oh. He just skipped a million enemies
Yeah,
by clipping out of bounds, and yeah, they went back to the entrance. So yeah.
Yeah. So
Top notch.
just like earlier, he used the bomb and he pushed him through the wall.
Yeah.
And just similar to the one before Forbidden Woods. And you can just leaf pump around and skip everything, which is awesome.
Now, in theory, I know people have said, all right, if they were able to get barrier skip, potentially it could save a large amount of time, like cut a quarter of the run out. But with what they were, what are the required items? They need a hook shot and iron boots. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's only been done with the hookshot and iron boots, and we don't think that you actually have to have the hookshot, but you do have to have iron boots, and there's no way to get that early before High Roll 2, which means it would only save like a 2-3 minutes at this point, if it was possible. But theoretically, if you find a way to do the same strat we've done, but without iron boots, it would save like 2-3 hours.
Wow.
And you're not going to see it in this run, but the weird thing is when you item slide with iron boots on, the game just goes crazy, and like the camera goes off link. It can go so far off you, it can be on the other side of the map, and the game still won't even crash.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and if the camera goes too far under the ground, the game just crashes. So it's really weird, and the fact that it's even done with iron boots is kind of strange.
Yeah.
Wow, trolled.
I'm kind of just scared because I thought I got a 10 or 15 arrow drop, but I only got a 5, so I
Was
was
that
one-
your last arrow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he had one more. But still,
That would have been a solid. That would have been a solid time loss, like 2-3 minutes backtracking, but
Oh, man.
we got it.
At
It's all
what
good.
arrow count did you notice how many arrows were left?
when he got there, probably.
When I got there and I equipped it, and if I was, oh shit, there's only 7.
God damn. Yeah, sometimes the wind there can be kind of weird, and like when you're aiming, it just wobbles you randomly.
Right.
Yeah. So beating this guy, he teaches you the song to basically warp. So this is kind of the brother of this is kind of the brother of who we learned the Wind's Requiem from earlier in the run, and this allows us to warp all over the game. And this is also a very cool thing about HD. So not only do this is faster to play the Wind Waker, but if you play the song once and you don't save warp, it will not play the animation again when you do it again. So because of that, we actually warp a lot in HD more than SD because it's very fast.
This is like the prime spot for super swims in this version.
Yeah, so coming up is Forsaken Fortress, and it can kind of screw me over, so I'm going to save here because it's such a big island to load for the game that it's very high chance of splooshing, so hopefully this goes well.
So he wants to load the island just enough before going to it, or else
Yeah.
he will sploosh, lose all his speed, and he has to reload the game.
This is going to sploosh.
No, you're
Wait.
good.
Is the island? There we go. So,
And not just loading it as well, he still needs to go to the right corner of the island, which is looking good.
yeah,
Yeah, you got it.
I'm good. All
So
right.
another thing you can do with the item sliding and the super swims in this game, you can also do it in the original version as well, is if you hold up and target, I think it is, you lose all your speed straight away, and you can just stop the super swim if you're in a favorable position.
Yeah, so that was, I actually haven't gotten that position before, so I charge up speed, right there I charge up a lot of speed going into that corner with a specific angle, and normally you clip like underneath the floor and you swim into this trigger, but I actually got a very weird angle. It thankfully still worked, that made me just clip inside here. So, right here I'm just gonna ignore this guy for now, because whatever. So, right here, because of the jump spin attack again, I can thankfully two-cycle this guy.
So this is the one instance where we don't want to get the heart piece.
Yeah. And it's...
Oh.
Okay, didn't matter too much. So this is... Oh, that won't... God dang it.
Oh, that's troll.
So, this is another thing when RNG comes into play. So, there's a 50% chance of either him spawning in the ground, on the ground, or in the air. And if he's in the air, you have to do this like the kind of, I don't know, tennis game with a laser ball. But if he spawns on the ground, you can just instantly attack him. So sadly, I got a little bit bad luck there, but not a big deal.
How big a factor is RNG in this run in general?
Not much.
It's not much. It's a little bit less than SD for sure. It's
Maybe
probably
like
would
a
make
minute.
like a minute a max, a minute and a half max. So over a 4-hour run, that's not that big of a deal.
It's like some spawns, enemy RNG, rupee RNG. It's only like tiny things.
Yes.
There's nothing like huge.
Sure.
So yeah, it will stack up if you have a lot of bad RNG, but it's not like it's gonna guaranteed kill your run. Although if you go to 100%, there's a couple of beautiful games where it's very RNG based.
Sploosh?
Yeah, sploosh kaboom. So here's another really cool trick that I think the Twitch chat will enjoy. So this is another really cool one. So I'm gonna charge speed into this corner and just
So fun
grab
fact,
this ledge.
fun fact again, you can crash the game there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I feel like I've heard that a lot in the first 2 hours of this
No,
run.
just like the ones we charge for a long time are the ones you
Sure.
have to be very careful of. Nice. So, just like the lasers earlier in Tower of the Gods, if you have enough speed, you can clip certain objects in the game. Alright, so now you're gonna find out what the hell.
All right, that was really smooth movement. Really happy with that.
Nice.
Yeah, so right there, I do another charge into that, and like it actually was kind of interesting because someone just randomly had got the idea, like, wait, wouldn't that like ledge you just be able to grab it? And people were trying it out, and like with this precise angle, if you charge in that corner, and because of how like the floor is in front of you, it kind of gets a slope up, which means Link kind of gets like more of a height jump, and you can just grab it all the way there, and it looks really cool because you can't have too much speed since what he said he could actually crash. So you see like the whole slash is kind of slower, just zooming forward. So
That's definitely one of the big instances where you want to use the target aiming or home
Yeah.
buffer because, like I said, you can crash the game if you aim very slightly to the left.
yeah, although there's obviously though, if you're a new runner, don't be scared because they might crash because there's a lot of different strats where it's a few seconds slower and it's completely safe. I would never do this in a marathon run if I thought that it was not safe, but because of the whole targeting strat, it makes it like 99% consistent at this point that the crash should not happen if you know what you're doing.
We have a $1,024 donation from Yuzuki Yukari. He says, "Remember when I said I'd save the animals? I lied."
Aww.
$200 from Kale. Let's get to the 1.5 million mark. The speedrunning community is amazing.
We can get there soon, guys. 16,000 away right now.
Yeah, we're really close.
Within reach.
And yeah, there is a lot of talk. I mean, I know we're talking here about like the game crashing all over the point, all these difficult super swims, but I have talked to people who have started to learn this game, and they find a lot of the item sliding just as a technique is pretty simple.
Yes.
So, yeah, I don't know if you want to talk about like new runners getting into it. Like this is probably a little more friendly than it might look.
Yeah, sure. So there is definitely, if you try and pick up Wind Waker SD, you will definitely have a lot harder time because every trick is very hard. There's a lot more frame perfect tricks, and they're very unforgiving in the way that if you fail it, you lose a lot of time. Well, you can kind of usually retry things over and over. Like, you know, church sweep speed, you can see usually you have too much, so you can cancel it, do it again, and you can save almost everywhere without like screwing up the run really. And there's all of these just small things that, you know, like when I'm talking about frame perfect tricks and all that, it's usually very minor time saves. I actually, in preparation of AGDQ, started making a full game tutorial series, and I've so far uploaded up to Master Sword, and I was going to upload the rest after. So, if you guys want to pick up this game, then
I love this.
You
by
know.
the way.
So fun.
This is so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, his cash is lighting up.
His eyes are so casual during this.
But yeah, so
this guy's here.
slide all the way up, and then if I 1.5 heart or less, Link will be in his damage animation, so I can get pushed out of bounds. Then I jump up on this railing, and I can just walk around here without. And Helm Rock is skipped.
There we go. So if you remember HQ 2014, I think it was, and there was a new strat discovered then as well, very similar because of the full roll speed. But even before that, there was so many stressful strats before that was discovered as well, where you had to zombie hover, pick up a heart in the air, and it was a mess.
But yeah, there's a lot of cutscenes. I was gonna finish this on those we were doing earlier. So it's pretty like noob friendly because there's a lot of save strats all over the game, and most stuff has 2 or 3 different strats for each thing because there's a lot of different glitches we can use. You know, you can use the old school strats with, you know, bombs, the newer ones with roll clips or with item slides. So there's a lot of variety, and there's also like a tutorial series coming up after HDQ that is already prepared. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, so if you guys want to pick up this game, then definitely be sure.
And you're just using your own YouTube channel for that? I know there's, I don't know how much people still use Zelda speedruns still right now.
Yeah, we actually did update the Zelda speedruns page, but I mean, that website is kind of outdated, I would say, at this point. But we do have in detail text tutorials for the stuff like item sliding and stuff, describing how it works. So Zelda speedruns, and then Wind Waker HD. Or you can go to self-plugin, go down to the bottom of my bio, and I have like the link to the playlists for Wind Waker HD, and right there you'll find like the tutorials linked.
We've got your name on screen. I think self-plugging, so that's all right.
But yeah, there's like a lot of cutscenes coming up, so if you're like behind on donations, just go ahead. It's just.
Thank you so much. We have a lot.
Bit of a story down here, so yeah.
Just cut me off whenever you're ready.
You got a long time, don't worry.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, $20 from Queso117. As an aspiring game dev, watching games get broken wide open is both really fun and really informative. It seems like half the bugs runners find were designed as bug fixes for something else. $75 from Ninja Straw. Thank you for an awesome week. Already looking forward to SGDQ. $250 from Maddie Mo. Loving this Wind Waker run. It's my absolute favorite game. Thank you to everyone for all your hard work. $75 from Kawami42. This event seems to get better and better every year. Props to everyone involved, and let's celebrate with a Metroid barbecue. $125 from 8-Bit Spider-Bite. Greatly enjoying Linkus7's Wind Waker run. Looking forward to the Super Metroid and Undertale runs after. Can we get another week of this? I'm just not ready for it to end. $55.55 from Noobs Power 4. Shoutouts to Linkus. Great run so far.
Thank you.
Yo, we're 13,000 away from 1.5 million. Let's get there before these cutscenes are over. Go.
You can do it, guys.
Do it.
You
I'm
have 10
talking
minutes,
as fast
guys.
as I can.
10
Make
minutes.
me talk faster. $100 from
Sorry,
Amanda126. No, you're totally fine. My husband and I look forward to watching AGDQ every year. Thanks to all the runners, staff, and crew for another fun event. Save the frames. $300 from Purple Kitten of Death. 3rd year watcher, 1st year donating. Kill the cancer, save the animals. $200 from Curly. Can't wait for the Super Metroid race. Thanks for such a great event and all the hard work that's gone into it. Let's defeat cancer. $50 from Anonymous. I had to donate now that that plushie is on the table. A dragon isn't an animal, right? I hope not because my donation, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I hope not because my donation is going towards killing the animals. $100 from Glitchhound. I had to top off my donation during Wind Waker as it was my first exposure to speedrunning. Plus, I never said thanks to the tech crew, the AGDQ staff, the announcers, and the streamers, all the people who make this possible. $125 from Purple Pants Drake. Hey AGDQ, wanted to play my part this year for such a good cause. One of my friends had cancer when he was 12, but he's been in remission for over 5 years now. We both loved playing Wind Waker, and it really brought us together. Put this towards saving the animals. $30 from Beetle. Watched the whole week. You're doing an awesome job for an awesome cause. A big Beatles, thank you. Let the crowd say it too. Greetings from the Netherlands.
Thank you.
It's not bad. Do you talk to Beetle at all during the run?
No.
That's a shame.
We don't like him.
Could you talk to the beetle for a certain amount of money?
I mean, he control you, but that's what he does in the run.
All right.
But thankfully, he gives us a super swim.
Bonk. But yeah, I did the same clip there again because Spike made me. So
Heck yeah, dude. Shouts to peer pressure.
Yeah, feel free to read some more donations.
yeah, there's more coming.
All right, sounds good. $136 from PETA26. I told my coworkers at the beginning of the week about AGDQ, and we decided to collect a pool of money to donate to the cause. By the end of the week, we pulled together $136, so here it is. $75 from Anonymous. Maybe we should just let the animals figure it out on their own. $75 from Logan. My wife and I always end up canceling each other's donations out for save and kill the animals. Obviously, I want to save the frames. Loving all the runs that I've been able to see this year. Good work, everyone. $200 from Anonymous with no comment. $75 from Shy Lady. First time donator for a great cause. Let's kill those animals. Yeah, right now we have Save the Animals ahead by about $5,000. So if you guys want to save the frames, you really better get those donations in because Metroid is up after this and we only have 2 hours left, right?
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
We'll aim for that.
It's definitely one of the weirdest transformations. It just looks so different.
Yeah. Time to look away. It's kind of spoilers happening right now.
Anyone watching, like, what? I think anyone watching this run so far has no idea what the progression of this story is right now.
We're just going everywhere, different islands.
Yeah, just.
What story?
We have a $1,024 donation from Heard the Word. Here's to help get to that 1.5 million mark. Oh, and save the frames, kill the animals.
Yo, 10K left. Keep going. We raised 3,000 in like a minute. Go.
Now this bride and she's got makeup.
All
How?
right.
Just how?
Yeah, I know the powdering and everything. Like,
She got full makeup on.
during that white. Yeah. Just keep talking.
All
You're just gonna BS. Just keep talking.
Being silly.
$125 from Immoral. I've got to get in on all the awesome Legend of Zelda swag. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. $50 from AJ39. Let's get $1.5 million. Greetings from Germany. $20 from the Chef family. Our family watched all the runs all week long. My little boy was a bit sad every time a donation went to kill the animals, so this goes to saving them. $160 from Craig and Spencer. Carries, we're not killing them. We're just not saving them. Save the frames instead. Keep it up, Linkus.
Thank you.
Pretty decent run so far.
Yeah.
$125 from Dalius. Thanks for the events. I'm sorry. It's a wubba lubba dub.
What?
Yeah, I know.
What?
Imagine that in the middle of a
Confused.
comment.
What face?
Confused, what face? $125 from Habit. I'm actually playing Wind Waker on my gamepad right now while I'm watching. Thanks, Linkus, for that ESS explanation.
He's speedrunning himself. He's just following along. Really.
Yeah.
He just like, he's racing you, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Try and keep up,
From
man.
his home.
$55 from Benich. This is a donation.
Nice.
$80 from Vi Master. The usual greetings from Germany, and a big thanks to every single one of you making this possible. $100 from Poopy Rad. Love these events, love the cause, love these runs. Not a huge fan of those animals though. Should probably kill them.
Poopy Rad. Man, we have really...
All right, so this is where the cutscenes end and the run truly begins, and it gets super hard from this point.
Not really. There's another 3 mana one. Just keep going. Don't
Oh,
worry.
yeah, there's one more. There's one more. There's one more.
I was about to say.
There's one more. I'm sorry.
I thought there
One more.
was.
My bad. My bad.
Yo, 8,000 more. Keep going.
Go.
$300 from Big Green Hammer. This donation is made in honor of Maureen, Barbara, and Stephanie, 3 of the toughest women I've ever known who survived breast cancer. I love you 3, and I know how fortunate I am to be loved by you.
7,000.
Let's go, guys.
$200 from Hopeless Wonder. Thank you to everyone who made this event happen. Hashtag kill the animals. $125 from Brizok. All of your frames belong to us. Great job, runners, volunteers, and audience. What an amazing week of generosity for such a great cause. $125 from Sir Swaggington. It's been awesome watching AGDQ events since 2014. This year I was able to rope a good friend and my girlfriend into watching the event with me. I can't wait until the next GDQ event to do it again. Kill the animals, save the frames. $75 from Tony, and he says 1 million hype with like 50 exclamation points. $300 from Nebbit. Big smile for the camera, you beautiful people. $150 from Papa Linkus. A small donation from Papa Linkus and Mama Linkus.
Just nightmare fuel on screen, but that's fine.
I actually got a picture earlier because they're like sitting up because it's like 3 a.m. Like with like the dogs and everything is lining up. Because yeah, my dad watches a lot of Twitch. He's like in a lot of different Twitch chats, so
Awesome.
he gave me a heads up that he would embarrass me.
Confirmation.
All right.
Did we hit it?
Oh,
Oh, come
All
on.
right.
so
Come on, 5K guys.
come on, just drop
Come
a
on.
fat one on
Drop
that.
it.
Let's drop a fat number on that right now, dude.
Come on.
No, you don't even need 5K.
so
You can
close.
save a little money.
All right, $50
Oh,
from
4,000. Come on, go.
Come on, guys.
$50 from the Darker King. How's this for a timeline theory? Breath of the Wild fits in after Wind Waker, before Link to the Past, during Ocarina of Time, and in between Twilight Princess and Twilight Princess HD.
The direct sequel, dude.
Everything you guys do is amazing. Let's get to that new donation
3,000,
record.
3,000, dude. 3,000, come on.
All right.
The cutscene's over.
I'm sorry, Spike.
Well, rip.
Yo, I appreciate
I guess
all the
donations will
guys.
just stop for the rest of the marathon.
Yeah.
so.
Let's stop donating,
We're
guys.
done.
Wrap it up, boys. Let's go home.
So yeah, this is where the real run begins. And this is going to be where a lot of super swims happen, collecting things and doing the temples.
Yeah.
Here onwards. So it's pretty nice you get like a little cutscene break there because straight after the run becomes very intense.
Yeah, so this is definitely a part where doing this optimally and getting all the super sims like first try and like not splooshing can be very annoying, so bad angle. So right here I want to go against Fire Island and then save warp, and if I'm touching Fire Island, it normally takes you like a lot of damage. Kind of losing my voice here. What?
So yeah,
Right there.
oh, we got it? Let's go.
Good work.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, so what Link was trying to say, if you save when touching the fire, yeah.
Good job.
All right, all
High.
right. Back to the run. Back to the run.
Yeah,
So
if you
let's go.
save when touching the fire, you'll end up right at the island. You have to be kind of careful to not YOLO it because you'll spawn back at Windfall if you do it too early.
Yeah.
But if you actually load the island fast enough as well, you can actually clip inside the island and get the other lava animation where you go in the air and you void, and you can skip saving as well. But it's kind of hard to get consistent.
So right here, I'm gonna charge a lot of speed into this wall and clip through.
That one could be a little bit scary because you can clip out of bounds if you do too much.
Yeah, if you do it too much to the right, you clip out of bounds.
Well, that was weird. He was like on the wall.
Yeah, they can climb up the wall. Another weird thing that is in HD is if you're actually on top of the chest, but right in the front, you can still open it, which kind of glitches up the start of the animation.
Why can't every game be like that?
That would be good.
Like,
So much less precise to open a chest, dude.
it's so stupid when you're like walking off a chest and grabbing go.
Mhm.
$30. Oh,
Oh,
go.
sorry.
You're totally fine. You go.
All right, so you'll see a lot of warping to Windfall, and that is because it's one of the best islands to charge speed off. So even though I'm not actually going to Windfall, I'll warp a lot here.
The spike saving a lot of donations.
Yeah. I was like, does this count? Yeah, sure. If Link is physically in the boat.
You can read a donation real quick.
There you
Go ahead.
$30 from Deathbrock. How much would one have to donate to finally have the title fixed so it can be awesome games done quickly?
Been going to these for like 6 years. This is the first time I've heard that.
That was weird. Luckily,
Someone's like, oh, I thought that was right.
$500 from Crady. Greetings from England. I'll try and stay awake for the rest of the event, but if I don't make it, make sure those animals live to see AGDQ 2018.
here's to that guy.
There you go.
So with these islands, it's a little bit deceiving. If you actually go straight into them, even though they're visible,
Sure.
you actually go for the island sometimes still, because sometimes you have too much speed or it hasn't loaded enough. So it can be kind of deceiving. And Linkus just stored it a tiny bit extra there to make sure he went on the island. And also got the right angle to slide onto it.
Yeah, if you're in the water and you hold upwards on analog stick and camera lock, you can just turn in position. I'm sorry about my voice. It's kind of like draft, so it's kind of just killing my voice.
Been a long week.
Yeah. AGDQ does that to you.
Oh, that's water, so it's...
$250 from Yanni. Longtime watcher, first-time donator. Girlfriend's first AGDQ and having a great time watching the Wind Waker run. Shoutouts to Dom, Jay, Chelsea, and my brother Nico. Save the animals and kill cancer.
By the way, we haven't said it enough, but this soundtrack is dope.
I just want to talk about this section as well. Another quick thing you probably won't know. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. But another thing you didn't know is there is the ghost ship in this game, and the ghost ship is on a cycle from when the game starts. And the moment you get to Forsaken Fortress 2, where you killed the bird boss, is basically where you need to start not making mistakes and a movement in the outside world, being this whole map right now. So every second you're outside, the ghost ship, the day and night cycle continues. And you want to make it to the ghost ship on the first night cycle of the game from this point. So if you don't make that cycle, you have to get the Song of Passing, and you lose quite a lot of time to it.
Yeah,
So all these item slides need to be first try, or second try at most. But generally, if you waste too much time, you lose a lot later on.
yeah, I don't have a lot of magic, so I can't just leaf over this gap, but... Wait.
How did you lose so much magic?
I had a really bad magic RNG drop in high roll.
Okay.
Just wanted to let you guys know we just passed $500,000 total donated in the bid war between Save the Animals and Kill the Animals.
Nice.
And currently, Save the Animals is ahead by $9,579. So,
Which in the grand scheme of things is not that much money.
You gotta
in
fight
that.
back. Don't let him have it.
Let's go.
you guys can totally take this back if you're on Kill the Animals team.
It's not over, guys. There's plenty of time.
And also a reminder to people that right after Super Metroid and Save Kill the Animals. There's another big bid war for, I haven't played the game myself, but Hug or No Hug in Undertale right afterwards. So don't think that all the bid wars are over with right afterwards. I know there's at least 3 or 4 people out there who care a lot about that bid war. So.
There's a lot of people.
Surprisingly, a lot of people. I don't know if you've heard of Undertale or not, but
Spike, that's the how to handle the final boss. Comforter
is that
sign.
what? Okay, I have not played the game, so
I
I'm
just
gonna
wanted to
assume how
give you an
handle.
update.
Okay.
Comfort them is ahead by $15,000.
How much money is that raised?
25,000.
All right, up to you guys. $25.
$25.
Let's take quick time for donations here because you're just moving through.
Good stuff. We have $3,000 from Zorura, who says, "Hoi." $50 from Gubbins. Cancer took a lung from my mother, and I'm so grateful that it didn't take more. Save the animals so AGDQ lasts a few frames longer. $150 from Benjamin175. Unbelievable stuff, guys. Keep up the work. Love from Australia.
All right, so coming up is one of the longer cutscenes without text. So this is the age-old question: should I be a meme and empty my bladder, or should I sit it through the run?
Oh, I haven't seen that optimization either. Little things. Yeah.
Metal Gear Link, dude.
He's so prepared for us.
All right. Oh.
Yeah. We have time for donations here as well because it's just gonna learn some.
Oh, and by the way, anyone who is sitting at home doubting the fact that we could get to $2 million for the first time ever, we've raised like $100,000 more than that in the first 2 hours of this run. If you guys want it to happen at home, it will happen. $2 million is a thing. Throw that out there.
Or towards charity.
Subtly, since we are 1.5, we've subtly raised another almost 18. Yep, there goes $18,000.
And we're actually getting really close to that AGDQ PB for raising money. The highest we've ever raised was in 2015. We had $1,576,085. Oh man.
You don't need to.
You want a 2P1C it?
Spike, do you think we could get there?
Oh yeah.
Do you think we could get there by the end of this run?
2 million by the end of this?
No. More than our last.
The rate. I was not paying attention. Whoa, okay. I didn't know Brittany's more ambitious than I was. Oh, okay. What's the record?
$1,576,085.
Oh, that's easy. Oh, that is easy.
So easy.
You gotta destroy it this year.
No, it's over. Sorry, 2015. You had a good run, dude.
All right, I'm gonna sneak some donations in during this bathroom break.
Let's feel these now.
$100 from a quick look around.
The next thing, it takes like 5 seconds after.
Staying up late for AGDQ, same procedure as last year. 50 to saving frames, 50 to reader's
I'll just
choice.
save the game so he doesn't, in case he finds
$200 from Selnix. Save the animals hype with like 51 explanations.
She counted each of
That
those.
no, it was in parentheses. He wanted me to be very specific.
Just in time.
We made it a co-op run while you were gone.
This is no. If you get world record, I just want you to know it has to have all 3 of our names in there. I pressed the A button even though it didn't do anything. All right.
Sure.
I felt out the notches. Pretty good.
There are notches, dude.
All right, speedrun bathroom strats. Let's go. Yeah. I'm sorry, Twitch out, but I had to skip the washing the hands part.
This is like.
There's no time.
That's actually why he has a glove on one of his hands.
No. Sure, let's say it's for that.
Yeah,
No.
sadly, most of these
Makes us a little less awkward.
Got some Purell over here if you guys need it.
No, but yeah, I playing this game a lot. I sadly got carpal tunnel, and I can't really use my wrist braces when I speedrun because it kind of limits how I can move my fingers. But using a glove helps a lot, and I have most pain in my right hand, so that's why I use a glove.
Not just melee. It's a known problem.
I don't like melee. I'm
Just
sorry.
saying.
You're a Smash 4 player, though, aren't you? Nothing at all. That's rare.
We shouldn't go into this. It's gonna cause hate.
My favorite. My favorite my favorite Smash game is Brawl. So, I think I should not mention that on Twitch.
No. Save yourself while you can.
Donations just stop coming in.
I promise they haven't. $100 from Fishy Justice. Don't stop the donation train now. $100 from Jokey. Yeah, buddy.
Wait, where am I?
You were inside the island.
Dude, this game. Okay, thank you for loading.
Yeah, so there's an example of him loading the island not fast enough, and even with the pausing, it still didn't load the island fast enough while it going to it.
Yeah, you might see me pause a lot when I go to some islands, and that's purely because the game has a little bit more extra time to load. It doesn't actually load when you're in the pause screen, but during the unpause and pause time, it does load. So, trying to make it load in time, but it didn't.
We got some time again.
Yeah, another cutscene.
All right. $125 from Anonymous. First time watcher, second time donator. Forgot to comment the first time, but I love Zelda too much to not donate again. Keep up the awesome run, and donation goes to announcer's choice. $125 from Reed. I've been watching for a couple years, but I'm glad I finally have a chance to donate. Let's save those animals. $50 from C. Spicer. This week has been amazing as usual. Thanks to the runners, organizers, and volunteers. 1.5 hype.
Right?
$50 from Tiroli. I wonder how Link survives from the friction burns from sliding off the waves at that speed. Then again, he keeps blowing up bombs in his own face for fun, so what do I know?
You know, like, you gotta swim smoothly, you know? It's like magic.
This kid's Michael Phelps.
$500 from Nick236. Loving the run. 1.5 million hype. Donation goes to Runner's Choice.
Yeah, so coming up one more cutscene when he gets to Earth here, but
Yeah, so
pretty
this-
much. Yeah, I'll let you finish. You can
Sure.
go first.
So this Super Sim is a little bit special. So normally it's just very safe, you know, it's load speed. But this is one of the walls that actually a lot of speed causes you to clip through the wall. So if I load too long, I will clip through this, and hopefully we don't. No, that's bad. Hopefully we don't. And if it's too short, then I won't make it. So this is one of the trickier Super Sims in the run that some new runners just take the time to jump in a boat and just warp to Windfall because
I think
it's very annoying.
I'm pretty sure the world record pauses this. Make it safer.
Yeah, you can buffer a couple of these. Ooh, this should work. Hopefully. Yeah, it should be good, I think.
Good.
Okay, yeah, we're good, boys.
So as I was saying before, once you get past this cutscene, this is where kind of like the run gets really serious. And up-tempo is no joke in this speed run. Just like the SC version, it's very difficult. A few frame-perfect tricks, precise like leaf pumping to grab edges. You're going to see a very technical dungeon.
Yeah, this dungeon is definitely one of the... I wouldn't say it's the hardest dungeon, or it's probably actually one of the harder dungeons, but it's not that it's just, in general, extremely hard, but doing it optimally is very hard. So there's a couple like different tricks coming up in this dungeon, like the boss key skips and stuff like that, and they're very difficult, and there's a lot of stuff going on, but I'll get to that later. But one of the key mechanics of these last two dungeons is a partner. So following us now is Medley, and Medley is gonna kind of be our partner, and we're gonna use the same song we'll learn in Tower of the Gods to control her. And it's gonna be the exact same thing with Makar in the Wind Temple, and that can cause some problems because sometimes they are just really stupid and don't follow you around, which they should. So they can sadly lose some time, but hopefully Medley can be nice to us.
But also, the tricks in this dungeon are very punishing if you fail them as well.
Yeah. There's a couple of ones that are magic depending, which means that you only have a few tries or you have to go and refill magic, which is very frustrating. So when you're jumping off and you hold Medley, you will actually fly. But if you go into a wall, you will just bonk. So you always want to press A to cancel it. Because if you bonk with Medley, she will do like a spinning animation, which is very slow. So right here, I'm just gonna throw her over and play the song.
I guess it's like two different strats in this room with the leaf pumping across as well.
Yeah, if you have more magic here, you actually, there's like a little faster of a strat. You can use leaf bumps to actually make it over and then a leaf pump back and pick up Medley. But I did not have a lot of magic, and it would be slower to go and get the magic rather than just using this method. Yeah, if you want to pick up this game, I definitely recommend you starting off actually as learning like 1 and getting used to the game, because like even when I was going for record times, I still had notes on the side remembering the route, because there is so much stuff to remember in the beginning. So definitely try and find a strat you're confident with, and then just stick with that for a while, because there is very minor differences, and consistency is definitely a key when it comes to a 4-hour game, and less about doing a 1 second time saver a few hours in.
You're definitely gonna want notes like go here, go here, go here.
Yeah.
Like for sure. So many things you have to visit in that section before.
$10 from Anonymous. By calling it Awesome Games Done Quick instead of Awesome Games Done Quickly, we save a syllable, and every syllable counts in a speed run.
So right there, you're normally supposed to use the command melody, go into that light, and then actually pick up Medley and use her kind of instrument that will work as a mirror to light that up. But if you jump off and then you cancel flying with Medley and then you mash the skull hammer, you can pull out the item and do it in before you actually touch that dust. And if you haven't played this game, what basically the dust does is basically makes it so no combat can be done. So you can't pull out any items or anything like that.
Oh.
Oh.
Normally, she does that straight away, but the angle is slightly off.
Yeah, my angle was slightly off, so I didn't want to risk that. Chest.
Ooh.
All right.
Nice.
We're good.
Final boss right
Hardest boss, dude.
So this room's kind of annoying because if you don't get to this door fast enough and open it, she'll get grabbed by the hand. You have to re-enter and call her twice.
Yeah, so one thing they added in AGD, which was not a thing in SD, is if they're considered to follow you, such as if you press R, and then you enter a new room, they will actually follow you instead of just like having to pick them up all the time.
Nice.
But that can be screwed over by sometimes, even if they're following you, they're not considered following you, and they stay there. So that's why it's kind of like you can get trolled sometimes.
That's a relatively precise leaf pump, isn't that actually?
Yes.
Yeah.
You need to have a pretty
kinda
decent
glossed
angle
over
and
it,
yeah.
turn the right amount, cancel the right time, or else you'll bonk the wall as well.
I've seen people fail that quite a bit.
Probably me.
Oh yeah, it was mostly you, but yeah.
Yeah. But like all the leaf pumps in this dungeon, just the right height. So you need to practice them a lot to grab the edges.
Yeah, this is definitely probably the most. This dungeon is probably the dungeon I spent the most amount of time optimizing, for sure.
It's really fun to do as well.
Yeah. And right there, normally you're supposed to you have to play the command melody, but if you just slowly walk, she can just in that space walk, which when it walks, she will kind of face your mirror upwards, which will just be able to break that wall in time. Okay, let's see if I can get this strat. Same, a whole 2 seconds, which will do a lot of a difference. When you grab up there, you can just attempt a roll clip, which skips to grab a ledge, and since you have to grab it up anyways, it really doesn't lose time to go for it.
It looks silly because he's inside the floor.
Also, if you guys heard on that stream that
Yeah,
that was the forest water going off. So
Oh, was it?
So it's there's a 30-minute limit on it. So because of how fast we're going since it's speedrun, it actually just ran out.
I didn't know what that was. It happened
Yeah.
when I was doing Cabana Skip or something. I
Yeah.
don't know.
So that's the forest water. So after an X amount of time, the forest water or the holy water then turns into normal water. So right now I just have a water bottle in my inventory. This is kind of a very cool thing too. That's it's like accepted in glitch list too. So normally we go down here, fight enemies, but if you just go up on this thing and then roll off, it will open with that. And I can use the boomerang to pick that up,
Nice.
and we skip that room.
That's an animation skip as well. If you grab the item in the air,
Yeah.
Sure.
you skip Link putting his hand in the air completely.
So coming up here is a kind of a boss, like a mini boss skip, and it's pretty difficult. You can explain if you like, Fuzzy.
Basically, he's going to use the coffin on the side here to jump off originally, which is just the right height to grab that edge. Needs to do 2 or 3 perfect leaf pumps here while turning at the same time to grab this edge. Good stuff.
All right.
That's definitely something.
That is a lot harder than it looks because you have to do 2 like first or second frame leaf bumps and then do the turnaround, and then you have 1 frame basically to cancel the leaf because you like lost so much height you can just grab it. Yeah.
So
Alright,
like
swag
pressing
strat.
2 buttons, 1 frame after the other, while turning is not easy. Oh, nice.
Let's do some swag strats.
Let's go. Nice, dude. Nice.
That actually saves 3 seconds, but it's frame perfect, so you shouldn't go for it, but I think it looks cool, so. Ooh.
Huh?
All right.
He's feeling himself, guys. I like your rupee count. Pretty specific.
1, 1, 1.
Oh, man.
What was that angle? All right, that should work. So right here, it's.
Oh, you got trolled.
I'm never gonna hit there. So right here, I'm just gonna do an item slider with the room, so I can immediately get her down. Which is also really nice because before we actually had to go up and like climb that ladder, and because all the enemies are still alive, they can knock you down. And right here, the same way I've been doing the bomb clips in the past, I'm gonna attempt a clip here with medley. So hopefully this works. All right. So I walk up with a specific angle and specific speed with medley. So she will be right next to it, and then I'm gonna, like I did earlier, climb against her, so she will push me through the wall. Then I'll pick her up out of bounds, and then side up down, and that skips using my mirror shield and medley to open up that staircase.
Which was pretty cool, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
This
And
dungeon's cool.
you might also realize that there's a lot of like boss music going on. It will finally stop now, so as long as we actually don't complete the mini boss, the music will continue until we actually watch a cutscene like this. So
The new strat doesn't do that.
yeah.
Sucks. You don't get the cool mini boss music for the whole dungeon with a thing that was discovered.
What was that thing?
You can skip the mini boss spawning. but
Oh,
yeah.
the trigger for it?
Yeah, but
Yeah, it's
It hasn't been
it's-
timed
Yeah,
yet.
it's about the
Right.
same time, so
Yeah.
I didn't want to risk it.
yeah, I don't blame you. We just wanted to hear the swag music, dude.
$150 from Overdrive. Lost my best friend 2 years ago to cancer. So glad to see so many people pitching in. Let's just stay true to the run and save the frames by killing the animals.
Alright, so this is definitely one of the hardest rooms in the whole dungeon. This can be very punishing. So
Yeah, this can lose a lot
the
of
reason why
time.
Linkus broke the banner there is because he's gonna use the wall to clip through the wall. Sorry, the corner to clip through the wall, and he's gonna try and land in the middle of the fence. If he goes too far to the other side, he has to void out, which loses like a minute. So it's very picky. And this is the kind of room where the runners get the decision what kind of strat they want to do. If they want to go for this, they can do the intended strat as well and lose like a minute or so. I'm not sure. I don't want to guess the time.
All right,
But,
got it.
yeah, like that.
So you can actually soft lock the game here, so you actually have to reload the save files. So normally you're supposed to do like a 2-part room. You complete that part of the room. Come on, medley. Hello.
Roll.
And then you like light that and you go back in this room. But how I do that in one trip is I first burn that thing down, make the light go through, and then I grab, so Link's hand is out of bounds, but the rest of him is in a bounds. And then at the first frame I climb up the ledge, I'm gonna do a roll with full speed since it's HD, out of bounds. And if you get it on the very first frame that roll, Link's position will be so much out of bounds that it won't actually push him in a bounds. So after that, I need to fly and be inside this very tiny gals, because that's the only thing that's like making a difference between which room you're in. And if you by accident step a tiny bit to the left, you'll be soft because you can't grab medley through it, and you're going to be stuck there. So,
You can also void out,
Yeah.
which is a new thing as
so
well.
I'm just gonna leave it right there now. I don't care.
Yeah.
Um,
But there's another strat in the room as well. You can also just use a bomb clip as well. But it's up to the runner what
Yeah.
kind of strat they want to do. They're both around the same speed.
yeah, I'm gonna call focus time here because this is.
Yep. So right now, this is the boss key skip. This is the most punishing trick in the whole dungeon. There we got the clip. Now it needs to do very precise leaf bumps to get to the boss. You have just enough magic to make this.
Got it.
You got it. Good stuff.
So right there, so right
That's-
there.
Yeah.
But
Even though you said you had it, you're like,
so that's considered the hardest trick in the dungeon.
Yeah,
Wow.
so that's
Right at the end.
definitely, for new runners, that will definitely be one of the hardest tricks. So I do what I did earlier with the bomb, but the hard thing is, like we said earlier, when you put out a bomb and then you go against it, it will clip you through the wall. But we don't want that to happen because if you do, we just fall down. So we have to delay our right push so much that it will still clip us through the wall, but not enough that it won't be anything to grab. And when you do that, then on top of that, you have to do a frame-perfect roll clip to get a jump out of bounds, because otherwise you won't gain enough height out of bounds to actually leaf over. And then you have to do like at least 5 or 6 really precise leaf bumps. And if you do all of that in one attempt, then you get it. And you can only attempt that 2 or 3 times, or you have to go and refill magic, because it takes so much magic to attempt it. So it loses like a minute if I wouldn't have gotten that.
Okay. Oh, so, okay. Sorry, dude.
He's laughing at me about something.
Want to share with the rest of the world, Spike?
Well, just got a request to not necessarily share that thing.
I died to this in my PV and I lost 6 minutes.
Oh.
Feels bad, man.
Which I feel like I've never seen someone take damage to this boss.
He just like pulled me in, dude, and just got me on fire and I was dead.
Yeah, so there's actually, this is a pretty straightforward boss. You have to 3-cycle this boss, in RTA, I should say. So what it does is that after you kill 5 of those small ghosts, he will like recall all of them and become big again. But if you kill multiple at the same frame, you can in theory maybe get a 2-cycle. So the task, for example, killed like 6 of them at the same frame, which allowed it to 2-cycle. But since that would not ever be RTA viable, we just get 5 at a time. And also throw out a lot of bombs because it can damage them.
Like sometimes you get item drops as well during this fight if you're lucky, but that's why I died in my PV, because I saw magic drop and I was like, I want it, and you just killed me. Because I'm an idiot, so.
Yeah.
That's all right, next time.
Clappa boys. So I'm gonna pick up the hard here because I'm a filthy casual, I guess.
You pick it up here? Are you getting 5?
Yeah, I'm gonna get 5.
This and Wind Temple.
Yeah.
You need it for later on.
Yeah, so there is no, the last actual the trick that actually is like depending on low health was the Helm Rock. When I climbed up behind him, I needed 1.5 hearts. But after this now, the game like really doesn't care how much hearts I have, so.
But it makes the later on section way more safer if you have more health.
Yeah, there's a couple of tricks later that takes a lot of damage to do. So if you fail them multiple times, you have more attempts if you have more health. So a new runner should definitely have 5 or 6 hearts.
We have a $750 donation from Roland198. And the comment is just thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I believe we are under $40,000 away from our all-time record
We
in a single
are.
marathon.
Let's get it before the end of this run.
Before the
at
end of this
least.
run, you would say you probably got another hour 15 left or so?
Totally
right now,
We
I'll
can just
probably
straight
get.
up.
This is probably
Yeah,
at.
I'm sure.
This is probably at 250 pace right now.
Yep.
It's very solid.
Yeah. This is really good music, by the way. I don't even realize that because.
You never listened to
Yeah.
it. Rose.
We got time for another quick donation.
Okay. $100 from Anonymous. Great job by all the runners. This is my 3rd year watching, and it has not disappointed. $100 from Anonymous. I'm a veterinarian, so of course I'm going to save the animals. Let's get to 2 million. $125 from Ruben. Kill the record. $150 from Anthony K. Let's break that record. $120 from Frank. Awesome event, very entertaining. Greetings from Luxembourg.
That's a new one.
Yeah. So, since you guys probably aren't Italian, and if you are, go to bed.
That's Europe.
So basically, when you come, you get the Master Sword, and when you get you can find out that it lost its power over the years, and you can't defeat Ganon. So what we got right here, if you haven't played this game in a while, we just got the upgrade to the Master Sword. So basically, we need to collect the Triforce pieces and defeat these 2 dungeons to upgrade the Master Sword. So right there, I just got the upgrade, and it won't only do a difference towards the story, but it will also make me deal more damage towards enemies.
All in one?
Ooh.
Hey, I'm
All
buffed.
in
Nice.
one.
Good stuff. I love seeing that buffed.
I was gonna buffer it, but I wanted to get it.
The swag, dude. Save
Would
the
have blamed fuzziness if it wasn't there.
Jinxing it.
Doesn't matter if you fed it, it's swag.
I did tell him to do something that saved no
As
time.
long as you go for
actually.
it, that
So-
means, you know, people respect you.
Oh yeah, right.
Even if you fed it every time.
That's all that matters. Yeah, right.
All right. So this is this is one of the things you might notice if you played SD. So right here in SD there used to be like a shard right here, like a mappa apparently, and that's everywhere throughout the game. But in most of these chests in HD, we'll immediately just get like a Triforce piece, which is very convenient for speedrunning. It's definitely one of the things why even before we had item sliding, which saved like 15 minutes. For the longest time, HD was still faster than SD purely because the end game was shorter, even though they patched a lot of the glitches. And then when we finally got the exclusive glitch, we just wrecked SD. I wonder if someone is still counting the time spent in the boat.
I'm about to say, anybody
I
still
hope
count
so.
out there? Yeah, we do.
Ooh,
All right, nice.
I like it.
Yo, what are we up to? 17 and a half.
Oh, don't worry, it'll go up plenty in a bit.
Oh no, really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Nan.
All
Don't
right.
worry. There is a section.
I mean, I guess if you in theory count all the time in the boat, you spend a lot of time during cutscenes and during warping, but the sailing itself is pretty short. So
It's
coming
like-
up as the most adorable character ever.
Yeah, there's like one big setting section once you got everything base. But like before that, it's just items slide everywhere, gets out of the way. This is a lot of people's favorite.
Yeah, my car. So, donations go.
Can do.
Go.
Your deal. Fast V donates $500. I remember spending a bit more than 4 hours finishing this game in college. Awesome to see it dismantled so quickly. $300 from Starman Ziggy. Donating during Wind Waker because my sister and I loved the GameCube version as kids. Forget the animals. Think of the frames. Sorry, sis. $1,000 from Gassy Mexican.
Damn.
I like how fitting that was. They were applauding in the game too, like on the
Right,
game
right.
audio, right at the same time.
Nice. Oh, there's a donation too. Oh, okay.
He says, I was going to get some work done myself, but coming to a close of AGDQ, work can wait. Huge thanks to all who help put these events on every year. Planning to attend SGDQ as well later this year. Thoroughly enjoying the Wind Waker run. Cheers to Linkus for doing it. I helped kill the animals last year, so this year let's switch it up and save them. Also, 1.5 million hype.
Right? Linkus, are you able to do the swag where like you're playing a song and you wave your hand on the other analog stick?
Oh no,
It's really hard on HD.
way too risky without notches.
It's true. Yeah, like on SD, it's pretty fun. You can watch the runners of that. When they're playing songs, they mess around and they start waving the hand up and down. Do that with the other analog stick. Nice.
$175 from Gregory. Kill the animals. $200 from Daruton. Wind Waker is my favorite Zelda game. So great to see it run at AGDQ. Save those animals. What did they do to deserve such a fate?
So coming up is kind of a interesting thing. So like I mentioned earlier on, sometimes you have like a frame or two in between cutscenes to actually do some inputs. And right after playing this song, the game, how Nintendo made it was basically that it looks where Link's position is, and then it spawns the partner in front of Link. So if I happen to get this first frame light up now, dang it. He will like spawn inside the stone, which won't really make a difference, but he's voiding out of bounds right there.
Good swag.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Link is turned around.
What?
Game is silly sometimes. Linkus, what is your favorite crash? Like weird thing that's happened when doing run so far?
I don't know.
Too
I've
many.
had a run where I super swim past Tower of the Gods, activated the cutscene, it showed the boat on Windfall, and then the game crashed for no reason. That was my favorite.
So coming up right here is,
What a video.
like I mentioned earlier, the partners control you. really badly if they don't want to follow you. And this is one case there it loses a lot of time. So let's hope. My car, please. Hugs and kisses. All right, good.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I basically item slide all over that room, and then I open the door. And because it's been a while since I was actually next to my car, sometimes the game will just don't consider my car following, since in theory I'm not. He's really not. I'm just so far away. He will, like, you have to go, and you have to, like, you saw how slow he was walking, let's be honest. It's going to take forever for him to fly over the room. Takes like 30, 40 seconds, but if you're pretty lucky, sometimes he can just follow you all the way, which is what happened there.
That's also one of the only narrow item slides in the game, because the hallway is very thin. You have to item slide through.
Yeah. And you also don't even want to aim in the middle, because if you actually grab the door frame, it's a very, like, it basically never will happen that he follows you. I've only had it happen once out of all the times I grabbed it, so. Not only is it thin, but you also want to aim towards the corners. Kind of just, I don't know, funky mechanics.
We have $500 from Swamp Llama. I got my fiance into AGDQ a year ago, and now she can't stop asking me, why would anyone save the animals in a speedrunning marathon? That doesn't even make sense. This one's for her. Kill those animals.
All right, so pretty swag shot coming up here.
Yeah, so this is actually also like allowed in glitchless.
Nice.
Got it.
Oh.
So that pod is supposed to be like a shortcut to get back when you're like midway through the dungeon, but of the positioning, if you're very far away, you can just snipe it. So there's another trick right here that I never really did practice on, but I tried it like for a short period of time because it was just discovered in the practice room. So I'll try it a few times because it's very fast, and if I don't get it, I'm just gonna do what I actually know, I should say.
You got it.
It's gonna... Wow, come on. All right, so let's see.
Nice.
First try, all right.
Yeah, so that was discovered literally like a few days before HDQ.
Yeah.
And
So
the reason why it's so important, it saves so much magic.
yeah, so you see right here, I'm just kind of going behind his door. So basically, that's a song stone, and what those are is you need the partner, you need Makar, and you need to open this. And right in here is the boss key, and I really don't want to take the time to rescue Makar. Like, he's just very slow for us. So I don't have arrows. God dang it. So what we want to do is we want to grab that door, and even though it might look like we're at the same height, actually getting a jump out of it, you will actually be very far low. Actually don't know how to fight this guy, so I always have arrows.
Yeah, normally, yeah, you have, with these guys, you haven't seen them yet, but ideally what you want to do is have arrows, and depending on whether the helmet breaks or the armor breaks, you have to use the arrows differently. So if the armor breaks, you have to aim manually at the body, because the auto aim sucks, it only aims for the head.
Yeah.
And if the helmet breaks off, you just auto aim. And then you have a very short period of time where you can jump slash with a hammer to break the ice.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, you're normally supposed to get my car, then all the way there, play the song, and then go in that room. But if you have this very precise angle, and then you target and do the jump slash on the same frame, and you aim at a very precise part of that like ledge, you can just grab it, because otherwise you just get stuck underneath it. And then from there, I do a frame perfect roll clip out of it, because for some reason, every single of these door frames are the same, like that one right there. They're all the same. And if you actually grab them, you'll always grab like partially inside of the wall, which I guess they just overlook because normally that won't lead to any glitches because you just push you back. But because we can do a roll clip by rolling on the first frame, we can basically clip out from every single door throughout this dungeon. And coming up right here is a pretty precise thing too that will save a little bit of time if I get it.
Got it.
Got it, good. So normally when you land here in the beginning, Makar is going to give a text saying, hey, rescue me. But if you, during this cutscene, land on the ground where he would normally do it, the game will just kind of wait to give you the text and then never give it to you. So here I'm going to do another roll clip.
Nice.
And
So it's a
we're
one
through.
frame. It's not easy. Yep.
Yeah.
Every single one of those where he rolls, as soon as he climbs up from there, just one frame.
Yeah, so this remember is a 30 FPS, so a 30th of a second every single time, and it definitely takes a lot of time to like get good at. But if you, this TV is actually basically the same latency as at home, which is really good, because when you kind of like learn where in animation, roll clips can be very consistent because it's always going to be the same part of a grabbing up animation. It's not different every time, so you can definitely with practice get that down really consistently. Third, I'm gonna freeze him, and then I'm gonna use fire, and that will instantly kill him, which I actually didn't know earlier. And like Fuzzy was saying earlier, here I'm gonna do the strat that I was supposed to do earlier, where I ice him and then use the skull hammer, and it just instantly kills them.
Saves a lot of hassle. Nice thing about this room is the fight is kind of different every time depending on where the Wizrobes spawn. So there's a bit of adaptation going on in this room, which is kind of nice.
Wrong button. All right. There's a good reason to actually look at where you're equipping.
There's quick finger slides. Sometimes you just slip.
The comic is another cool trick, and this has been like this is actually a very old trick, and it was used in Wind Waker SD2. So in the next year coming up, there's kind of this spikes going up and down, and normally you have to like go down and then go around and then go up. But if you jump slash at a very precise, I don't know what happened there. If you jump slash at a very precise time, at the peak of your jump, the bomb will gain you enough height to land on it, and then you can jump slash over it and you skip the room.
This is a fun part. Nice. Rip. There
Okay.
you go.
Got it.
Oh, that's okay. It's confusing to look at.
Yeah. So one of the weird things about the gyroscope in this game as well is when you're actually hugging a wall, when you try and look up, sometimes the gyroscope doesn't want to move, and it can be really frustrating. And in that corner there, it can be a problem sometimes. So as much as the gyroscope does help as well with aiming, it can also get blocked off by the wall collisions.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do that, whatever. So this room used to be like really hard because of the winds right there. But if you just do it like straight in the middle, you can just go all the way through it. And same here with this room, hopefully. Kind of weird. Guess I had a bad ESS. Depending on how good your ESS is, it can still work, but it will just load up the speed slower.
Nice.
So I'm gonna get on top here, charge, flip down, and we're through.
Nice. Getting on top of that statue is not easy because it requires a very straight angle. And if you fall down, you have to basically sidle, which is like hug the wall, go, and
It's so sad, it's Bible thump.
yeah, the other strat, if you fall down, is you just like sidle slowly into the side of the rock, and it looks so weird. And you can actually just clip through the side of the rock, the stone, sorry, blocking the entrance.
Yeah.
So good job, game developers, for leaving a little gap between the door and the wall.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of controversy around like what should and shouldn't be allowed in with glitchless. So right there, that's actually is allowed in glitchless. Not the actual like item slide over it, of course, but what Fuzz was saying earlier on behind it, it literally has left like enough gap that you can basically just sidle and just against the wall, and you can just go past that rock. Which, I mean, you're not using any glitches, just using what the game has to offer.
Was that in the original version as well?
Yes.
Okay. This boss is very different as well.
Yeah, they changed this boss a lot too. In SD, you kind of snipe him when he's flying around. Well, in HD, they patched that, so it's very straightforward.
So weird that they patched the bosses out of all the things.
Yeah, there's a lot more stuff they should patch first.
No, they shouldn't patch it, dude. It's great how it is. It's a beautiful game.
Enjoy the music, by the way.
This is my favorite music in the whole game.
So, Spike, what's your favorite music after listening to basically all the soundtracks?
I'm still one for the credits. That'll always be my favorite track from the game.
The feels?
Yes.
Fair enough.
I'm weak when it comes to feels songs.
I knew you'd do it. You gotta do it to troll the audience.
So it's actually faster to look into the wall like that because it causes less lag, and while you're at it, you can do whatever you want.
This boss probably lags the game just as much as the Forbidden Woods, sorry, cutscene earlier with the blobs. So you really, really don't want to look at the boss.
Yo. I was waiting for the bomb to blow up right as you were going past and just explode you through the wall.
Because the sand is switching, it didn't really work. But if you load up a lot of speed, you can actually kind of start to hover the wall because you're going so fast in circles. But you can't go all the way up. It's actually on like a visual glitch, but it looks really cool. But
I approve of the swag, dude. Gotta be done.
Guys, we are less than $30,000 away from setting a new record here with donations.
Let's go.
Let's go.
So another thing you had to look out for in SD is right here you could actually get a crash, and you might think, oh whatever, just a dirty cheater using glitches, but this could happen during any casual playthrough, and during any time this music would not play, and when you step into the portal the game would just crash, and it's a very in-depth way of why it happens I'm not gonna go over, but thankfully they did patch that in old versions of HD, so you never have to be scared your game's gonna crash 3 hours in for doing nothing. It's kind of rare to happen, but when you run a game a lot, it will eventually happen.
And it's always on good runs, right?
Yeah.
We have a $500 donation from Raccoon. Earlier today, I had a Facebook memory pop up on my feed about AGDQ 2011. We raised $50,000 over the entire event. Today, we raised over $500,000 in a matter of hours.
Let's go.
I've always been extremely impressed by these events and the people who support them. Keep up the good work, and we'll see each other again at SGDQ.
Got some time for some more donations.
Well, good, because we have a lot of them. You guys are doing awesome.
I figure.
$300 from Zeller. You have truly made this an amazing event. I greatly appreciate the work everyone has done to contribute. Thank you. $125 from Anonymous. Thank you for the awesome event. $100 from T-Night. Good job to everyone involved. Thank you for an amazing week. $175 from Stigar Root Beer. Kill the animals. $75 from FP4209. For the Horde. Kill the animals. $99 from More Bear. My wife has never played Super Metroid and doesn't know what animals everyone keeps talking about. That said, if the animals die, she'll be very upset. Please save them, or else I'll have to spend the rest of the night reassuring her no actual animals were harmed in the make of that speedrun.
Yeah. Did 2D animals count?
So right here,
right
here we got the second Master Sword upgrade. So now we have the fully charged Master Sword, and all we need to do is regain all the Triforce pieces in the story. And like Fuzzy was saying earlier, the thing that makes this game also not only about the wind and everything, you need to count on so many things when you're out this game. There's a night and day cycle, and the ghost ship will start on that cycle in the beginning of the game. But because I didn't fail any super swims, I know for a fact, because it's also day right now, that I would make the cycle perfectly fine. So
it's definitely something a lot of new runners have trouble with, because they fail a lot of super swims and general movement in the overworld. And as a new runner, saving before doing super swims is pretty much preferred, because if you fail a super swim, you can just reload the save, not lose any time in the day-night cycle.
Sure.
Ugh, that would end on a badly.
It's close. This is why you need to look at both at the same time, because you can never be too sure what islands are in front of you. Nice.
We have a $2,147.37 donation from Fishfox.
Woo! Sweet.
She says, long time water, first time Germany. Save the animals.
Oh no, dude.
All right, we're just gonna sail to the gold ship right now, shoot it down, and then fish up a shard. So, donations, go.
Oh, so this is Spike's favorite part.
Oh baby. Yes, donations go.
Go for it.
I can already see everybody's hands like, all right, we're timing.
$400 from Carrie. Anime is not real. Prove me wrong with your dollars, punks. Much love. $100 from Reach. Thank you all for your efforts and for an amazing week. $125 from Skinny QQ. Thank you, AGDQ, for all that you do.
Oh.
$200 from Glow Gothite. Save the frame, save the world. $400 from Soldier76. Back in my day, we'd have this 2 million goal already met. $100 from Random Hacker. I'm not from Germany. This isn't my first time watching or donating, and I don't have cancer, but still, it's an easy choice to donate here.
I just want to say, cuz one thing that's similar to what he was doing earlier was he just used the Wind Waker to cancel all the speed on the boat. And that makes it way more consistent to land right in front of where the chest is. And also being on the left side of the chest saves time because you don't have to turn the grapple around to the other side before grabbing it. But yeah, you can read more donations.
All right, $99.99 from Zets Kappa. $77.77 from Anonymous. I'm going to bed now. I hope I see a friendly 2 with 6 zeros on the donation count later. Don't disappoint me.
He wants exactly 2 million.
Yep, don't go over it, don't go under it.
Nothing more.
That would be hype.
Oh, 1.552.
Yeah, we're getting there, guys. Make
I
sure
think
you
we'll
get
get
those
it.
donations in. It'd be really, really cool for us to get it by the end of this run.
So
Give him. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, so right now it just went to night, and you can see because I know this is the coordinate the ghost ship is going to be on right there. The reason I don't enter it is because you can see it throughout the whole game, like right from the start actually, but you can't actually enter it until you have the ghost ship shard, which is right in here. So it's very convenient because I can just save warp out and immediately get it. And another cool thing is, since I mentioned earlier that if you don't save warp in between playing songs, you can play them faster. So because I just changed the wind, I'm gonna right now change the wind upwards because I would like to save warp out of this place, and that would cause me to play the song slower. And coming up here is another. It's like this is a very one of a kind. A lot of people ask, how do you even find these glitches? And this was completely found by accident, but someone is being bored trying to practice another glitch, and he happened to pull out a bomb right here and kind of.
Okay.
So you kind of want to stand at a specific spot, pull out a bomb, and it kind of just pushes you up on its ledge, and you can hook shot up the chest, and we're done.
This used to be a very precise trick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What made it precise?
Before, with this trick, we used to have to drop a bomb in a specific spot and time the grapple a certain way to clip into the wall. So the bomb would push you inside the wall, but now just drop a bomb.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Just drop a bomb, dude.
So that ship itself is actually not like the collision of it is not like how it looks. So it's the textures, and then there's the collision, and there's that tiny like ledge for some reason I left out that you can stand on right there. And okay, it's had to open the chart for the ghost ship there, otherwise you can't enter. So what Gymnast found was he was just kind of like practicing the actual strat, and he happened to be just right there. And if he held the bomb in his hand,
Wow.
he held the bomb in his hand, held target, and pressed B. And what that will cause is the bomb to go behind you, which pushes you with just enough force up onto that ledge. And like then we found kind of that setup on the wall, or like on the floor, and now it's a very free trick, which is very nice.
That was a really nice item slide angle.
Yeah. That's another instance where, because there's no walls around me, I have to manually hold up, and without the notches, it becomes fairly difficult. All right, you can probably read a few donations.
There's so many.
Go for it.
$500 from Count Physics. Cancer research requires those animals for later killing. Save the animals.
Absolutely. All right.
$125 from Anonymous. Cheers to a great GDQ. $150 from Jack. Let's break that record and save those animals.
Yeah, 1 second, we got a really important thing coming up here. Hopefully,
I'll try it once.
you got this.
I don't think, did it work?
Gonna do it? Just keep going, keep going.
I don't know if it worked. I don't think so.
It might give you a double animation. There's a chance.
No, it didn't work.
He's gonna give you the double, I think. Oh yeah, the double. The double. You haven't even seen that one yet. All right, we're done.
All right, continue. That's just a swag strat.
It does save time, but you got a double animation. You want to talk about the trick coming up, Linkus? Or do you want me to talk about when you're doing it?
Sure. I usually do it after the other place, but it doesn't matter route-wise.
Okay.
So coming up is Kib and Indeed Skip, and I know I said earlier, like, you know, like for example, Pastor Skip is probably the first trick you will really, you know, face as a new runner. That will be the hardest trick, but over, like, if you look at the whole run, this is the hardest trick, and it also took a long time and a lot of dedication with emulators and everything to, like, just develop this trick in general. So this is Kibena Deed Skip, and the Kibena Deed is a long side quest to get it. Basically, you have to collect a lot of joy pendants and go to this teacher and do a long trading sequence. And what that will give you is a item to access this place. And we need to get in here for a Trifish piece. So what this trick allows us to do is get in the loading zone. So the first thing I'll be doing is saving.
Yeah.
Safety first. So I'm going to be doing a L-slide clip, which is the glitch that was the old glitch we actually used to do get the ghost ship shard. So I'm going to equip the iron boots, which means that the bomb won't explode me as far away. And I throw a bomb, use the hook shot, and then grapple this tree and go to the left right when the when the bomb is about to explode. And you can actually go through objects when you hook shot, but it will always push you back into bounds. But if you cancel the hook shot by using the bomb, we can actually get in. So I'll try and do that right now.
When you're doing hookshot in this game, generally, there is a time when you're shooting it, you can still use target, and whilst doing that, you can still move while shooting the hookshot, and that allows you to move further to the left or right while shooting the hookshot, and that's going to be used for this trick. It's very important.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do a similar thing here, but I'm gonna call silent focus time because.
So right now, Linkus is moving to a very specific position. He's aiming at the post box, and he needs to time the grapple on the right frame of the bomb flash. All 3 frames look exactly the same, so you got to get the first one to know if it's the right one. And on the frame, he needs to do the thing I just said. Nice.
Dude,
yeah.
Yes. All right, that's sick. That's so sick.
So that's a frame perfect, position perfect trick.
Wow.
And also, you need to buffer the right direction, so you move after you get the frame perfect.
Yeah.
So you slide inside the door right after you get it.
Yeah, so I do the very precise setup to get in this position. And then I pull out a bomb, and then I push it away with a leaf. And from that on, I need to go to the 8th red flash and the 2nd most red frame. And there's not really a difference on most CVs on how red that looks. So you have to just do that so much. And since 0 frame buffers doesn't exist, you have to go 1 frame at a time, which means every pause buffer I had to do there is frame perfect. And I did like 5 of them in a row. And when you get that, you then have to hold an angle in between down and down right. And if you have all of that correctly, then you will just land in the loading zone. So that trick alone will take you a lot of hours to learn.
Also, the reason why it's holding down right, which you didn't see, was if you actually walk a little bit closer in the middle, you will actually get squashed by the building. And then you void, and you have to do the whole thing again. So the reason why you go down right, then right, or down rightish, as Linkus said, an angle, is because you want to walk backwards so you don't void, so you don't get squashed, and then move to the far right as possible so you clip inside the door.
So yeah, that might have a scary that explanation, but
it's very picky.
Yeah, it's very picky, but when you've like done a lot of practice, it's gonna become muscle memory. But usually, even though at this point I can read if it's either the right red frame or 1 frame off, so I don't always have to void out if I fail the trick. Because if you fail the trick, it loses over a minute. You still have to usually use a lot of bombs. You just attempt over and over until you know, okay, that I finally got the correct red frame. But that I got that first try in a marathon is insane. Like, I've lost multiple record attempts on this. And it's 3 hours in, so.
Right.
Yeah. Like, with the pause buffer in this game, to tell if you got a 1 frame or a 2 frame, if you get a 1 frame pause buffer, the game will stay blurry the whole game. But if you get a 2 frame, the game will become solid real shortly, and you can kind of react to it and not take the risk if you know you didn't get a 1 frame pause buffer. So it all becomes a test of patience and reacting to see if you got it or not. So part of the reason why he's coming here now is because with Cabana, Deed, and this place together, you should get just enough rupees to get Tingle again.
Yeah. So since the 500 rupee bag is the starting one, we kind of rat it out, so I'll always be able to pick up enough rupees to do one description of a shard, since that costs 400 rupees.
We have a $128 donation from Awk15, hashtag Record Breakers. $125 from Katma, save the frames, kill the animals. Just like GDQ killed my productivity at work this week.
So these places, in general, they're all kind of set fights. So these are quite fun places to practice because you get the same. There's no well, apart from the whiz ropes, there's no RNG on these fights for the most part, and you can do the same thing every time as long as you practice it.
All right, good. After he loses after he loses his head, he's like away from his body for like 5 seconds, and then he recalls it. So that's a pretty precise window to one cycle those guys.
You get like 1 second of time lenience to hit both of them.
Ugh, messed up the strat. I
That's
brain farted.
That was some rare RNG. Like, if the whiz ropes spawn on the floor, then you can just one-shot them with the jump slash spin attack combo. And that's ideally what you want, but it's quite rare to see both of them do it.
$200 from Jimmy S. As a longtime Zelda fan, it's been so much fun watching Linkus swim circles around Wind Waker. I can't wait to see what types of runs we'll see at AGDQ 2018 after people get their hands on Breath of the Wild. $20 from Crash 3000. There's at least one Italian still awake to see this awesome speedrun. Save the frames, kill the animals.
He needs to help us. We don't understand anything.
Yeah.
I have not understood one bit of this story.
I know the word sorta.
All right. So there's a 50% chance to do the side parry and 50 overhead, and I want the overhead because then I can just hold target and then use my skull hammer to instantly kill them.
So another nice thing about coming here after Cabana Deed is every single one of those pillars has rupee. Well, not all of them, but most of them have rupees inside. So if you come short of 395 rupees here, you can always pick up rupees on the outside as a backup.
Yeah.
That's why the route is pretty friendly overall.
$500 from Undersea Warrior. Second time viewing a GDQ event, second time donating. And we are just about $15,000 away from breaking that record, so
Oh, we can do it before
we
the
can
end.
totally
We have
do
the
it.
exact number again, 1.576. What?
Yep, and $85.
At $85.
Let's
Can't
go,
forget
guys. We can do it. We got like another 45 minutes to break it.
I think I can go faster than that.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
just,
all right.
All right, well, let's
Y'all
get
heard
those
it. Y'all
donations
gotta
to
not
go
firing shots
faster,
at you.
too.
I'm just saying. Dude, you heard him, guys. He's pretty fast.
What's your PB out of curiosity?
342.
Pretty good run.
The top three in this game are very close in
Yeah,
terms
it's
of time.
within like a minute of each other which is incredible for being such a long game. It really shows how much the community has pushed this game.
And it's still things are being found in every few days. So this game is still going a long way in terms of improving the game, like the optimizations.
Yeah.
Round two. We're not
All
doing
right.
it.
Let me try for once more.
Oh, baby, thank
I think that's it.
Got
yes,
it.
there we go. That saves time.
Yo,
you.
nice.
It looks so weird, but it saves time.
Nice
I
crotch
think we have to
tingle.
cut the stream now. I don't think we can stay up any longer.
Soft lock confirmed. It's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, Linkus just learned that before.
You just
Linkus,
shot it down to him.
it looks so weird, but it definitely saves time because you skip jump slashing down.
I love hearing the beep every time he gets in the boat.
I told you it's good, Linkus. He hasn't seen that yet. He just wanted to try it. And like, it just looks so silly when it,
Yeah.
even though it saves time.
Oh yeah, if you do like the double item like I got the other time, it doesn't save a lot of time, but like that actually saves like 2-3 seconds. So
Yeah.
not only does it look like hella swag, but it's also fast.
$125 from Moonchild. So happy to donate for a good cause. My husband was diagnosed with cancer last year, just weeks before our first child was born. He's now 9 months cancer-free, and my son and I are so happy about that. Let's get rid of cancer. $250 from Flip. It continues to blow me away how much this event has grown since Classic Games Done Quick in 2010. Shoutouts to all my friends in attendance. I wish I could be there with you. Kill the animals, of course.
Fun little item slide there. And a very small time saver.
Yeah. So throughout this is like the Savage Labyrinth, and for the first like 20 floors, you're just trying to do as optimal like combat as you can. So there's not a lot to describe except just trying to remember like which enemies have which floor. So
Yeah.
you can probably go through with donations.
Sounds like a plan. $5 from Xavier. If half of the people watching gave only $5, then we'd hit the 2 million goal right away. $200 from Richie, second-time viewer and first-time donation. I lost my uncle last year to brain cancer, and I would love nothing more than to donate to such a great cause. Thank you so much for all you do, and keep up the good work. $150 from Wild Swipes. Hello, everyone. Let's get to that 2 million. Nice to see all these awesome runs. Kill the animals. $360 from Anonymous. I pre-ordered a Switch and Zelda Breath of the Wild a couple days ago. So if I can spend $360 to play Zelda, I can donate $360 for this amazing run. Keep up the good work. $200 from Man Blair Pig. For a small contribution, you too can save these poor, innocent, defenseless frames from the horrors of saving the animals. This is your chance to say, I won't sit by while these speedrunners lose their frames.
So I just want to say coming up, there's a very, I wouldn't say too precise, but pretty tricky thing coming up with the hook shot. So every single few floors at the beginning, there are going to be kind of like some torches on the side of the flames, and using the iron boots or damage from enemies, you can use the invincibility frames and hook shot the bottom of the torches to fall through the hole and skip all the fights in the room. And Linkus will be using that a lot in this section.
Yeah, so those animals spawn off if they're off camera. So that's when kind of like looking away or like facing in the camera like that. So I think this is the floor where Fuzz was talking about. Oh,
Another one
more.
after.
Right.
I forget as well.
$50 from Shadow Nuts. I let my 19-month-old choose whether to save or kill the animals. He chose to kill them. Should I be worried? $550 from Anonymous with no comment.
Yeah, there's two ways of doing it. Either you can take damage from the enemies, which is pretty tricky because you have to manipulate them, and there's a bit of RNG. Or you can equip Iron Boots. Nice. That's one of the tricky ones because there's so many enemies. Or you can equip Iron Boots and walk into the flames with the hookshot out, and that gives you a considerably extra bit of time to get the hookshot angle, to get the clip there. But yeah, Linkus did it really well there.
Yeah, that's another instance where I abuse the invisibility frames by going into it during I go into the flame, which hurts Link, and then if hookshot in the bottom of it, I can just make it across and touch the loading zone before the game will knock me away again.
There's going to be a lot of those soon. Time for small donations?
Sure.
$200 from El Flaming Taco. Longtime watcher, first-time donator. Shoutouts to all the heroes behind the scenes who make a wonderful event like this possible. Save the frames and roast those animals. Greetings from Mexico. $135 from Brandon. Love all Zelda games, especially Wind Waker. Love seeing it destroyed. Along with that, let's kill the animals.
Ugh.
Oh, wow.
What?
I have no idea what that aiming was.
Dude,
That boomerang
Dude,
wanted to do something else.
Zelda's aiming has never been good. Just goes random places sometimes.
$125 from Shoulder Cat. This goes out to my departed friend Heather, who fought too long against cancer and just lost this past year. Been watching this for years and needed to finally donate.
Nice.
Also, Meat is murder. Tasty murder. Let's kill the animals.
All right, get out of my way.
So sometimes the enemy RNG control you, especially on the first like floors before the last section. But yeah, luckily he recovered pretty well there. No doubles.
Yeah, I kind of didn't have my arrows equipped, so I had to equip it like on the go.
$150 from Anonymous. Save the animals is ahead 9,000. That's not enough. Still, with all these general people trying to kill them, here's 150 more to save them. They're only ahead by 7,000 now, but if you really want to save them, I mean, that's easy to overtake, so. We've seen crazier things in the past. $125 from Salamander. I showed a friend of mine AGDQ earlier this week, and she's enjoyed it quite a bit. However, she's sad with all the talk of killing the animals. $100 from Adam W. Missed a lot of the event this time, but no reason to not donate. Thanks to everyone involved for all your work. $5 from Grizzly Zen. Let's beat that donation record during Wind Waker. I'm donating $5. Now you donate $5.
Not a trend.
Here we go.
Double hit? Oh.
Yo.
I love that strat.
MLG, man.
Everyone's meant to be so difficult, and you just use it.
Yeah, so the only explanation I have to do is that basically these floors, each 10 floors are for the theme. So it's the first dungeon, second, and third dungeon. The third dungeon layout will always have those things right next to it. And if you paid attention earlier, you know what that means. Basically every single floor is just that. So I'm gonna do this 10 times now. So that's why hearts or like 5 hearts can be sometimes better, because it will take a quarter of a heart or a half heart depending on how well you do it each time. So you can just do it if you do it first try every time with 3 hearts, but 4, even 4 is kind of risky. So if you're new to the game, you should definitely do 5.
$20 from
Yeah.
$20 from James. He says, to my 5-year-old son, Barrett, he's trying so hard to stay awake. Save the animals because my little man doesn't want anyone to die.
This is actually possible without the iron boots, but it's nearly frame perfect.
Yeah, and it usually always gives you an extra damage, like bounce.
The reason why, yeah, because with the iron boots, when you get hit by the flames, you get pushed less far. So that's the reason why it's a lot easier.
Don't go. All right.
Yep. You need to push you into it again.
There's one clappers going on in the
Every
class.
single one. It's kind of a weird one.
Not gonna lie, you guys are pretty weird.
Gotta join in.
Peer pressure, dude. Theme of the marathon.
The clap is IRL.
$100 from Paratanja. This is the first time my wife and I have watched AGDQ together, and we're really enjoying this Wind Waker run. Thanks to all the speedrunners, announcers, and everyone behind the scenes for doing such an amazing job.
All right. That's it. No. Last floor.
Don't fail this one.
I'll try. Opening chests are pretty hard. Like, who's are there?
You're not going to use the Lens of True? Not going to say what that's from.
Dude, nice lens of skip. Nice skip.
$231 from JDM. 23 is number 1. Oops, wrong game. Had to donate during a Zelda run. Exciting run, fun commentary, and great cause. Keep it up. $25 from Anonymous. Loving the run, Linkus. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Got some random clapping in the audience.
Let's see which.
There we go. All right, so this is definitely one of the old notable tricks coming up in Wind Waker, and this works in the original version as well. And it's a pretty fun trick. Get a skim? Nice. No!
I was going to go for the hole in one, but sure.
Yeah.
All right, so you can actually grapple partially through this wall, and if you cancel it right in the end, you will hopefully clip through. There you go.
Nice.
Gotta press the A button the right time.
It's harder than like when
Yeah.
you feel it a surprising amount of times because you overthink it. It should be easy. It's a pretty big frame window, but when you're sitting on the nerves, it's very easy to do it too early or too late.
The camera does not help.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're like 6,000 away. Go, 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 go.
We can do it.
$100 from Anonymous. My wife just left the room, so I had the chance to donate before she gets back. Kill the animals, save me.
Wow.
There's about 20 minutes left, 25 minutes left, so get those donations if you want to beat it.
Like the record during Wind Waker HD. Let's go.
Be awesome.
Also, I hope that's not the last time we hear from that guy.
All right, Spike, time to make your wallet burn.
Uh-oh.
Yep. His favorite part.
Uh-oh.
Round 2. This is probably...
Little crane game?
This is about the same as last time with sailing. It's a lot.
All
Yeah.
right.
You can probably go with donations.
All right, we'll roll through
Yeah,
'em.
including mine.
$5 from Patches214. Here's my $5. Who's next? $20 from Mon. I've got three others covered. Where's your 5? $5 from Anonymous. I liked the half of everyone donating $5 comment. I'm in.
Like, you should have done the donation incentive when item slotting wasn't found. It sailed everywhere.
I would have
Well,
cost
I
him his
would
wallet.
like to get home, actually. Like, does
100
Link really need to be in the boat during this cutscene? I'm just like,
Yeah. It counts.
chill on the outside, just wade in the water a little bit. Go ahead.
$151 from Stubby. Thank you for an awesome week. This is in memory of my best friend. We loved gaming together. $30 from Anonymous. What a great event. I've burned so much time into watching these runs that I have allowed phrases like frame perfect and hype to creep into my everyday vocabulary. $50 from Jeremy. Longtime viewer. Greetings from Jeremy. I didn't keep count of how many minutes Linkus has spent in the boat, but here's $1 for how many times I think Fuzzy has said trolled.
I'm a troll.
How much was the donation for?
50.
All right.
I just say every 2 seconds now.
I might be undershooting it, but all right.
Sorry.
$200.
I'm judging you, dude.
You can go, sorry.
Sorry. Tell me when to shut up. I'm ready.
No, you tell us when to
Tell
shut up.
us.
We have said nothing useful. You can tell us when to shut up.
$200 from All-in-One Mighty. Thanks for another amazing GDQ with a wonderful set of games. I lost a friend to cancer last year after knowing him for years. I hope this will help other people avoid that terrible conclusion. Let's end cancer together. $147 from Rain Reality. Wind Waker is my favorite Legend of Zelda game, so I'm glad to help continue my yearly tradition of donating and giving back to those in need. $200 from Brian. Missed most of AGDQ this year due to work, but at least I got to catch the 1.5 million turnover. Let's not slack up now. Shoutouts to everyone watching. Oh, we're so close.
Oh.
Hey! That's right. World record hype. You know what, guys? I think that we can make 2 million happen today.
I agree.
If you look at how much has happened over this run, how much you guys have donated, it's insane. We just passed the previous record from AGDQ 2015. What do you guys think? Can we get 2 million?
I want 2 million.
Let's
get 2
make it
million.
happen.
There's like 200,000 during this run alone.
Yeah, this has been insane amounts.
Yeah. Right now, Linkus has got one more place to go. And then we should be cleaning up.
Yeah, this is the last Super Sim, so you guys like and
thank
pay
God,
attention.
Super swim.
He's still in the boat.
Get out! What are you doing?
All right, all right,
Just
all right.
wait,
slow.
wait,
Alright,
wait to the
alright.
shore. Okay, thank you.
Like speed coaching over here.
$150 from Anonymous. Roses are red, violets are blue. I'm not good at rhyming. Kill the animals.
Beautiful.
So this first run coming up is actually a really cool strat. So I want to straight away when I walk into this room, I just want to hold target, and then in this so in Wind Waker for some reason they added like a back. You can do a backflip spin attack. If you just do a spin attack, backflip, then one cycle.
That run can be so tedious.
Yeah, if you fail it even once, it will take a long time to back up. But if you do that in one go, so right here I want to change my ice to ice arrows because, like usually when I walk through doors, I pull out the bomb to skip this animation. But it's actually faster in this room. Oh, not only that, but if I throw it and then immediately ice him, the bomb actually kills him. Oh.
Oh, I've never seen that either. That's cool. That's cool, man. That's what you gotta
That
say.
was dope.
Yeah, that's also used for a lot of the guards outside as well, where you can freeze them. You can throw a bomb preemptively as well, and you can freeze the guards, and the bomb will blow them up straight away, so you can move straight to the next guard without using the hammer. But it's pretty precise. There's so many enemies in this game, it's really hard to remember all the names.
Oh yeah, I just call them like pigs or whatever.
Pigs.
I know a few, but I'm really bad at names.
Do you have any
like,
silly names?
Say that again?
Any like really silly names?
Shouldn't. Not really.
I feel like you probably do.
That stupid enemy, dude. Like some rage name. Oh.
Ah, whatever. I'm just gonna. Thank you. All right. What? That missed them both.
Uh-oh. Punch.
I don't like this. All right.
Okay, good.
There we go.
There we go.
All right. One more sailing section for you, Spike. Then we're good.
Thank you. And then we'll need a total, and anybody else who wants to jump in on that, throw down $1 for every minute we were in the boat. I don't think it was that much, but we'll see.
I don't think it was.
You should have phrased yourself better, like every minute we sail or something.
I
That,
don't-
that would have saved you a lot of money, man.
You know, you might
Them
be
cutscenes, dude.
you might actually be helping the Wind Waker community because maybe they haven't timed it yet in HD.
Oh, there you go.
Now we know exactly how much sailing there is in the route. So shout outs to Spike Vegeta.
I can't wait to hear these range of numbers.
Dude,
from
you're gonna be
everybody.
like listed on the credits and like the like on ZSR, dude.
Oh,
Shout out to Spike
I thought you
Vegeta.
meant for like Wind Waker. I was like, what? You're gonna patch me in?
All right. So are we counting the cutscene he's in, or just sailing in general, like control of him?
When we are in that boat, dude.
All right.
Oh,
And
that's
another minute, another $1.
Okay, so feel free to read some donations because it's gonna be quite a long cutscene
Yeah,
section.
sure.
Can do. $200 from Anonymous. Thank you for providing a week of quality entertainment for such a good cause. $10 from Mike. Keep up the awesome work, everyone at AGDQ. Down with cancer. Let's get to 2 million. $5 from Dex109. Spike, quick, do a push-up.
She said quick.
Oh, yes.
And before you get featured on Reddit, it's like some weird looking picture.
There you go. All
I'm
right.
so glad you didn't do it closer.
I think he deserves quite a few more $5 donations for doing that. That looks like
Spike.
hard work.
If you did it one step closer, you would have been a Reddit GIF. And not for the right reason. I can get you, dude, if you want. I've been sitting here for ages. Yeah. Yes, more donations would be great.
By the way, was that a fat comment or what was that?
No.
No, not at all.
I was just saying I can't even do
No,
one.
You're the
so
one who made the choice to read that one.
I
I'm just
did
throwing that
because
out there.
I thought that everyone would want to donate
That'd be
more if you did it the
hilarious.
one time.
Oh, one for every push-up. All right.
No.
I owe a few push-ups then.
Spike, you know I do not mean that.
All right.
$100 from Scar. Payday comes barely in time. Spent more time watching AGDQ this week than actually working, so it's only fair I donate some of their money and obviously kill the animals. $125 from Anonymous. Thanks to all the runners for these amazing speed runs. You guys are awesome. Kill the frames and
Stop.
save those animals.
All right. There's no more boat in this game now.
Oh, baby, it comes back.
You can't take it inside with you?
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh.
no reaction, leaf pump. Oh, what?
Yeah, I didn't have it equipped. I pressed the button, but I realized I
Spike.
didn't have it equipped.
I'll give another push-up for that. No.
All
That
right.
was my push-up for 2017. Thank you.
People are going to remember next year.
Thank you, Spike.
They're going to call you out for that next year and be like, hey, remember when you said you'd do another one for that?
It'll be my 2018 push-up.
$500 from Curtis with no comment.
I would use the T word here, but
Is it what?
the what?
What?
These enemies troll you?
The T.
Yeah.
Like, what the heck is the T word?
Yeah, these enemies are pretty annoying. So these ones specifically, when you counter them, the armor doesn't break half the time. And
Yeah, so
sometimes
yeah, they have a protection for one of the parries, so there's 50% of getting the parry that will actually work. And not only that, but the Black Knights also, you can only freeze them once. So if I don't do my Skull Hammer perfectly, I actually have to kill them normally, which is very slow.
We have a $1,000 donation from Black Nocturne.
nice.
Missed donating the last couple of years, so here's a bit to make up for it. Absolutely loving the Wind Waker run.
All right, good.
Let's try armor on both. That's good. So what's quite scary about that fight as well is when you don't grab any heart pieces, if you want to go super optimal, those things will kill you in pretty much 2 hits. So that can be quite nerve-wracking. And so one fail parry, which is not always your fault, can lead to you getting hit. And that fight just turns into a train wreck. Parry skip.
Parry skip.
Yes.
Ah.
I knew it.
Almost.
The meme is always there. And then, you know,
I could have done Barrier Skip hours ago, but
he would have just got rebounded though.
Right.
Would have been sad. Yes.
Oh, we got past the barrier, guys.
heck yeah.
Claim the bounty, dude.
We programmed a whole cutscene just for that Barrier
Yeah.
Skip.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yo.
$400 donation from Can. Congrats on the AGDQ record.
Don't hit me. Ooh. I just heard the sound of him as like, ooh.
Also, holding up here after hookshotting can be pretty risky because you can roll just far enough to fall off your ass. What was that?
Yeah, if you load up speed, you actually fall out of bounds, but because I already hit the loading trigger, it doesn't matter. All right.
So,
All right, Spike, this is up to you. Should I do the left or the right side?
Team right. Team right.
Team
All
right.
That guy okay?
So, Linkus, how do you feel about trials? Are they pretty hard?
Yeah, they're pretty hard, Kappa. All right, so I'm going to do another bomb clip here, hopefully.
Nice.
Yeah, very good.
So that one's quite different to all the other ones in the game. This one requires you to rebound off the wall. So the moment you get the leaf pump, you need to hold the opposite direction. And the reason why this one's different specifically is if the bomb is right next to the wall when you do this trick, similar to the other ones, if the bomb is right next to the wall, it will actually push you out of bounds on the first frame. Whereas with the other setups in the game, the bomb is slightly away from the wall, which is the one frame roll clip setup instead. So they're two completely different setups.
Yeah. So coming up here is Phantom Ganon, and Phantom Ganon, normally there's a lot of different rooms, and every time you kill him, actually as a casual, I literally just tried this over and over until I found the right way. So normally when you kill the Phantom Ganon, he drops the sword, and the point, the direction it points to is where you're supposed to go. But it's always the same, so I can just follow this path, and unless I brain fart, I should be good. Wait, left, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then up.
But yeah, so it's so it should be down, left, up, left, right, up.
And before Linkus has notes next to him doing this.
I was actually tempted to write it down on my phone.
Yeah.
But
I don't blame you, dude. We all forget things sometimes. You're like, ah.
Yeah.
That's good RNG.
There's always the one behind you. I did not know that. I once lost a world record pace run. I was like 10 seconds ahead of a record, and I lost it. And then someone was like, dude, even as a cash, I knew it was the behind. So at least I will never forget that it's always the one behind after that happened.
So with that boss, I think he has 2 patterns again. No, 3 patterns. And that's actually the best one you can get because he's on the floor right away, and it saves a good amount of time. The other ones, you have to wait for him to fire the projectiles at you, and you got to wait for him to fall down.
You can't hurt him with any projectiles of your own.
You got to slash the beams back at him and wait for him to fall, which takes a few seconds as well.
Ooh. Oh. I didn't do a 90-degree turn. That's my fault. Wait, hello?
You need backup magic?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Now I got the one I wanted. Thank you.
Spirit bomb, dude.
Dude, he was ready to go.
DBZ right there. I never understood why throwing a giant sword at a door just opens it. But I don't question Zelda games.
You should probably question Zelda games at some point. Yeah, sure. How much do I was going to ask? $30? All right.
Yeah.
We'll do it after the round.
This part looks so cool when you do it fast. Oh, no double.
Yeah, if you do that all that part very optimally, you can get a double right there. But I kind of missed that. All right, one double.
So a thing I didn't know before Phantom Ganon, Puppet Ganon, sorry, you actually want to get full health. Damn, that's the first time you got that.
I thought I already had it.
No. So ideally you want to have like near full health or full health, and the reason why is because halfway through the fight, there are keys, and they drop bats, and they drop health if you don't have the right amount of health, and you want them to drop magic, of course, because you need magic throughout the whole fight.
Yeah, it's the same earlier in the game when we were picking up the rupees at outset. If you actually, when you actually go to Windfall, if you're still missing rupees, you need to get them at the flowers. One thing that many people don't realize is like, why do we get hearts? But if it by accident like take damage throughout Forsaken Fortress, it will actually like drop hearts because you need at least 3 hearts for it to favor like the rupees. So you should always keep track of that when like it's the earlier end game.
Time for a quick donation?
Absolutely. $100 from Liquid. Here's $100 for that push-up. $100 from Elf Queen. Come on, people. 2 million hype.
That's a pretty valuable push-up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's what?
$25 from Carmack. I hope everyone realizes that every additional dollar raised is now a new world record. So if you're donating, that's the new world record.
That's true.
You can set it right now, actually.
So coming up here is Puppet Ganon. Sorry, I keep saying Phantom. And the reason why this boss is extremely hard is it requires very precise light arrow shots to hit the tail. And the tail is constantly moving while the boss is moving. The first shot can be hit pretty consistent if you aim it, but it's a really quick flick shot, and most people don't go for it because of that. But with a lot of practice, this can be pretty consistent and done very fast.
Yeah. So the first phase definitely the hardest. Normally you cut it down with the boomerang, but it's very slow. So I'm gonna try and manually with the gyroscope aim with the bow. So the first shot here you can get it very fast. Another one is completely timing, and also you can get troll-based positioning. So yeah, focus time.
Nice.
All right, got the first one. Just gonna wait.
Nice.
2 out of 3.
Ah,
All right.
it's so hard.
All right.
Nice.
Yo.
Good stuff. That was a very good first phase. So it's quite different to SD. On SD, there's kind of like a setup using the notches, but we don't have notches, so we can't get the free quick shots very easily. But just a little bit slower, just taking our time aiming, waiting sometimes for the slow tail movement in the back. Makes it pretty consistent.
Yeah, so now right here I'm going to look at my magic, and if I have enough magic to do 2 light arrow shots, which I do have, I can actually snipe him when he starts to go down here. So I'm just going to wait until I see that he stops spinning, and then aim upwards and shoot.
Nice.
And it's going to shoot him right there. The only difference about that is he won't drop magic because the bats won't come down. So if you have very little magic, you should not do that, but if you have a lot, then a little bit faster. And this can also troll you because even if you have like much hearts, sometimes the keys is not still dropped, wrong equip, the magic, so
Good
it can
RNG.
still troll you.
Nice.
All right, I got full.
Is it kind of Linkus7 troll?
All right, that works.
It should. Nice. That was very clean.
All right, because I have full magic, I'm going to go for a couple of these snipes, but I'll probably miss them all, but let's see if I can get them.
But snipe saves so much time if you get it. Nice.
1. He's too close. No way, I cannot go for that.
Nice reaction though. That was good.
2.
Uh,
Yep.
oh, that was so fast.
No, I still hit. I hit his face, but...
I've-
All right.
All right.
And GG.
Yep. That's one, Linkus. Quick time for donations.
All right.
Yep.
$100 from Anonymous. Wind Waker has always been my favorite Zelda game, and I'm glad to be able to donate during this run. $5 from Anonymous. Well, if Spike's going to call all of us out to donate $5, who am I to back down? First time watcher, first time donator.
Twitch chat's gonna love the Ganon cutscene. Always.
The Hughes, man.
What about the thing the king says? Just as good.
Must get in donation quick enough.
We need to educate them what the king says as well.
$100 from Lauren H. I look forward to AGDQ every year, and you guys exceed my expectations every time. Shoutouts to every person on and off camera who makes this possible.
Sorry, Twitch chat. I tried to do the hover. Did it too long.
So if you hold target there and you mash A, you can actually just spam a little bit up the rope to gain a bit of height really fast. But it only works for like a few seconds, and then you have to stop or else you'll just jump off the rope. And it only works on this rope for some reason. Not sure why.
Yeah. All right. This is a normal climb. It's just basically the cash away, so you can probably just read a few donations.
Okay. $200 from Gumi. I don't have a very sad story, but I cannot imagine how hard and painful it must be for others seeing their loved ones suffer or even die. No one should go through that, so even if it's not much, I hope this helps. That helps so much. Every donation amount helps, so never think that you guys aren't doing enough. We really appreciate you all watching and getting those donations in, and it's so exciting that we beat the world record. Every donation is a new one, so thank you guys so much for donating.
All right. I just want to say thanks so much to you guys for, we heard what we said before the end of this run, so
Yeah.
you guys showed us, like, good job.
Yeah, you guys were fast.
$100 from Anonymous. Here's another donation in honor of that spike push-up.
Yo. Bike push
Dude, if everyone in the room did the Ganondorf laugh, it'd be funny. It'd be weird.
$220,000 during this. I think we could afford it.
Pretty expensive run, to be honest.
No one donated for the laugh, dude. It would have been so good.
So get it in right now.
You got a quick amount of time before he comes.
Oh, where is it? Oh, I don't want to do all this. Take my money.
Take my money.
Gosh.
$150 from Anonymous. Save the Animals. That race is still really close. Save the Animals is ahead by $3,800, so it could go either way.
All right, so coming up later in this cutscene is the famous Hughes. So I hope everyone in the crowd are ready for that. So everyone in Twitch chats, everyone IRL, you just attempt to do them as good as possible because it's pretty top notch.
I'll do the king. I like the king. Just the one thing he says.
$50 from Boostle. Dang, Link sure builds up a lot of speed in this run. I guess you could call him a hyperlink.
Get it?
Here it comes.
Save your
That's
laughs for
bad.
here.
Will you sit down? That's what he says.
Oh, is that actually what he says?
He sounds like he says, will you sit down? I love it. And the rest is just garble.
I was like, translate that for me.
Nah,
That'll be
the
impressive.
first part's the only one I could.
Probably a
just like-
Hylian or something.
Here it comes, guys.
What joke did he?
Good job, crowd.
Oh my god.
I bet Twitch chat's loving it.
All right, final fight. Time will probably come up in about a minute, so hopefully.
Yo, sub 350, let's go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a really solid run, dude. Played really well.
Assuming you don't die here, then we'll judge you.
He's got
Well,
a fairy.
I do have a fairy, so if I die in game over, I'll be really.
That's what
mad.
I'm saying.
No,
If you die, I will
He's
judge
gonna
you.
do the one frame Ganondorf glitch.
What? There's a frame perfect? No, I'm down.
It only
memes here,
risks
man.
dying before him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's some funky shit going on here, bud. All right.
This is definitely the best Ganondorf.
All right, got all the spins in, so this should be a quick one right now. Should be an instant. It's very hard to get all those quick spins in during that small period of time, because otherwise you have to damage him again.
This is when he decides to, I'm not gonna say the T word again, but sometimes he doesn't jump, basically, and it's a little bit of RNG, but it's not like too bad. Nice. So a lot of people also say, why do I miss those? And pretty much gotta wait as late as possible to,
Yeah. All right, time is
power.
coming up, just so you guys know. I'm gonna talk to Zelda, and I'll say time when it happens.
Oh?
Okay. And time.
Nice one, Linkus. That was a good run.
Thank you.
Legit, dude.
All right,
Really
I'm
good
really
run.
happy about that run.
Awesome. Sub 350.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Sub
good.
350 is really good. That was my goal for this, if I played well. Yeah. I want to do a quick shout out to Gymnast, who he ran the game from almost day one of this game, and he ran the game for 3 years straight. He held the world record for 3 years straight, and he optimized all the movement throughout this game. And the community was not that active before item sliding was found, but he kept that at it, even though there was not a lot of competition. And he was also a great teacher, because he was helping me out a lot when I wanted to learn the game, even though it was getting close to his time. Wasn't afraid, keep the record or whatever. So definitely huge shout outs to Gymnast. And yeah, if you guys want to pick up the game, then you can either check out my stream, obviously, Linkus7. Ask any question in the chat. I love to help everyone out. Maybe the YouTube videos from a tutorial up to Master Sword, which you can check in the description of my stream too. But without further ado, don't forget to save the animals, guys.
Making the statement.
I just want to say also a quick shout out to the community in general for Wind Waker HD. There is a Discord server, so if you have any questions, join the Discord and ask. There is a practice help channel just for that. Yeah. And great job, Linkus, on a really good marathon time.
Yes.
That's definitely a really good time.
Dude.
That's really good. All right. Thank you guys for watching.
Yeah. Nice one, Linkus. Good shit. Do it.
All right. Thank you so much, Linkus. That was an amazing run. We're going to go ahead and run some Twitch commercials, so stick around. We'll be right back.